Hello, everybody. Welcome to Infinite Horizon. Everybody's yelling.
Ah!
There was a
Oh
lot of
my
yelling.
gosh, we did it. We went live.
We
I'm
did
yelling
it.
with my arms.
Freeman's arm yelling. Yeah, there's a
Good.
Arm yelling.
arm yelling.
Writing that one down.
Welcome everybody to what is more than likely our actual end of season episode, and by more
There's a
than
chance it
likely,
won't be?
no. I mean,
Oh, I was like, oh god.
there's
Maybe if we stall really well.
there's a possibility, but it kind of can't
I think
because
I want to stop for a shopping scene, I think,
You
before.
think we're gonna go shopping quick on Seal in the middle of a crisis?
Yeah,
Need to be
absolutely.
dressed for the occasion.
Absolutely. Before we continue, Caitlin,
Huh.
it's time for me to return the favor that you have paid me for several episodes, which is to say, there's something up with your audio, and I just noticed.
Shit. No. Eric, hi.
Eric.
Hi,
Oh
Whimsies.
my gosh. Hello,
gosh.
Whimsies.
Hello.
Eric, welcome to the stream. I was just calling Caitlin out for getting her back for calling me out for having terrible audio in the past.
This is worse, right? This
Yes,
is way
so
worse.
much worse.
Okay. Sound.
Oh, better. There we go. We got it. We got it.
Hi, Whimsies. Thanks for joining us. This is our season finale.
Whew, season finale.
Timing.
Yes,
Timing.
that's where we were before I called out Caitlin for her audio. We are at the actual real season finale for real this time, not the part 1. We're at the part 2 of 2.
Oh.
This is gonna be a thing. Before we get started, there are a couple of announcements that we have to get through, but they're short and sweet. Sweet? Well, they're short. So
Pretty sweet.
they're pretty sweet. Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I think they're very sweet.
Thank you, Olivia. So, for the last several weeks, we have been saying a definitive date where the cast for Caitlin's Tales from the Loop game will be announced, and we've been saying that date for many weeks now. The first time we've ever actually been very definite on a date, and true to character, we have chosen at the last second to change that date.
However, it's in your benefit
It is in
this
your
time.
benefit this time. We are not pushing back the date. We are in
You guys
fact
win.
moving up the date, which those of you who have been paying attention and keeping track means that tonight, we will announce the cast for Caitlin's Tales from the Loop game for patrons. So on the Patreon, and if you are subscribed right here on Twitch, and you are on our Discord, you will actually get that same information. So tonight at 9:30 p.m. Pacific, we will have that announcement will go out. It will go live. It will go, and then next Wednesday it will at. Oh gosh, when did I schedule
Whenever.
it for? I think I scheduled it. I think I
At a
scheduled it for
time.
12:30 p.m. Pacific. It will go out to everybody, so that will be all over everything. So
So instead of waiting 2 weeks for the full announcement, it's next week. And
It's
if you're a
next
patron
week.
or a subscriber, you get it tonight.
yes,
I made a really cool graphic. I was pretty happy with it.
it looks pretty good.
You get to see the beautiful cast and all their beautiful faces and get really excited with me.
Yeah,
If you're a patron or a subscriber. If you're a subscriber, make sure you're in the Discord because that's the only way you can see it.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the gift subs, John, and I think I saw another one, Geek Outs.
Geek Outs,
Thank you
thank you.
so much for gifting those subs out. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the follows. Normally, I would take more time to acknowledge each of you individually, but tonight we have a lot of stuff to get through. So, I will just give
No
a
big deal. It's
very, very
Is
brief.
anything big going on? I don't.
No, I mean it's just a day. Our very last thing that I'm just gonna say before we actually get started on anything is to say that it is September, which means that this month there are discounts on subscriptions. I don't know the exact numbers, but they exist, so you should go check that out. And if you have been thinking about subscribing, now is a better time than any. So
You love a good sale.
we love a good sale. All right. All right. I don't want to drag this out, so we're just gonna jump right in because we've got a lot to get through tonight. Because our programming schedule depends on it. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
We're getting started. as soon as I remember how to do that. Has it really only been a week since last time?
I know.
I feel like I've
16
forgotten how to do
years.
everything. Okay, here we go. We're getting started, everybody. See you in a second.
Some will say this is the end. We're surrounded, but we won't give in. No. Who will save us? Who will save us? Sometimes you gotta let go. Leave it up to the hero. Who will save us? Who will save us? When the truth's in the shadows, all hail to the heroes. They're gonna save us. Yeah, save us. Yeah, save us today.
And welcome back, everyone.
I was just screaming like fools.
Yeah, I can no longer hear because Caitlin was screaming directly into my ears the whole time that the intro was going. Okay, let's see if we can't get through this quickly. So I'll give a sort of general overall recap as quickly as possible. So this season began with the crew of Awakener, back then just a bunch of regular people, having woken up from cryostasis in a bunch of pods on a crashing ship above a remote colony world. They, escaping that, discovered that the colony had been overrun by strange creatures that the survivors of the colony had termed the Warped. They are the remains of the colonists who had been drastically altered by some strange experiment that the mega corporation Silverbreak Technologies had been running in one of their own colonies. All of that led to an encounter with Damian Ellis, the actual CEO of Silverbreak Technologies, who, bringing his own flagship, the Silverfall, into orbit, proceeded to glass the colony so as to, what was left of it anyway, so as to remove any evidence of wrongdoing on the part of Silverbreak. The crew of Awakener, with their rescued colonists, eventually connected up with one individual named Wire, a computer genius formerly an analyst for Silverbreak Technologies, who had long been fighting against the megacorps and the monopoly that they had already created and that they sought to spread throughout the entire galaxy. During all of this, the crew of Awakener agreed to help Wire and began running missions not just to uncover what Silverbreak Technologies was doing, as Wire has informed them that there was in fact some sort of conspiracy taking place, something bigger at play, but also in an endeavor to become a symbol to the galaxy, something that would bring hope to those who believed that the fight was won long before they were born. And to some degree, they managed that. In the process, learning about the artifacts, the mysterious relics from times past that Silverbreak Technologies seemed very interested in, and that likely had something to do with their abilities, their newfound superpowers. As time went on, the crew of their new ship, Awakener, also learned that the very ship that they traveled on, that had become their new home while on the run from the corporations, had long since been the main target of the corporations, as it was, they very recently learned, it and the woman that it was paired with, Alma, they were the very first powered individuals, the result of an accident involving the artifacts. Learning this hasn't made their job any easier, however, as Silverbreak's motivations are still largely hidden under layers of conspiracies, shell corporations, and all kinds of other forms of general shady business. There are hints at Silverbreak even being tied to the shadow criminal organization known as the Dealer's Court. They're generally very bad people. However, all of this came to a head when the crew of Awakener, in their most recent action against the corpse, learned of a group of powered individuals that had been created by the corpse, just like they were, who were being shipped somewhere for conditioning. Essentially, super-powered individuals brainwashed to be the perfect weapons for the highest bidder. They rescued these individuals in some seriously clutch moments of of thrilling heroics, I would say, to quote one of my favorite shows, and eventually came away having rescued a whole brand new crop of powered individuals. They were brought back to the Sulon, the hollowed out asteroid city, the very first colony created by humans in this galaxy, to basically find a place to keep them safe and send those who didn't want to join the fight into deep cover to protect themselves and their families.
Sorry, sneeze interruption.
However, this brings us to last time. Last time, the crew of Awakener set about preparations to begin a formal resistance movement where previously it had only existed in small cells, totally disconnected from each other, scattered across the galaxy, organized by wire and directed in their actions. But according to Wire, it was time for that to stop, that they were no longer able to hide what they were and what they were doing, especially after the most recent action of the crew of Awakener. Of course, this also brought with it some consequences that took effect a little sooner than anybody was expecting. So last time on Infinite Horizon, Peach was contacted by her recently discovered brother, who had until recently been very much missing, and had been the very same individual who had been a powered individual who had been tracking them through the galaxy, hunting them down and seeming to find them at the worst possible moments. He approached Peach in a dream, told her that he wanted to meet alone. Peach did so, but in the meantime, it was discovered that Silverbreak had sent their response much sooner than expected, and Sulan, the entirety of the asteroid, had been surrounded by Silverbreak ships, who locked the whole place down and started sweeping it, searching for the fugitives and the most recently rescued crop of superpowered individuals. Peach met her brother. They had a short conversation during which Peach attempted to convince him to join them instead, during which he had a crisis where the whatever brainwashing Silverbreak had done to him, as well as his own memories, collided, and he basically fell unconscious. In the meantime, Mason, along with several others of the crew of Awakener, began leading the powered individuals to the ship where they would be escaping. During all of this, Bina got a distress signal from one of the groups heading towards safety, who had been caught out in the open. And when she went to help them and succeeded, but then learned that another vessel, the Silverfall, the flagship of Damian Ellis, CEO of Silverbreak Technologies, had jumped into the vicinity of Sulan. And not only that, but there were two incredibly important and shocking discoveries made in that moment. First, Damian Ellis was not working with the rest of the Silverbreak ships that had jumped into the vicinity. And two, his ship's core was set to overload, a disastrous event that could easily take half of Sulon with it if it were allowed to go. Which is where we left off. But it is not where we will be starting. Instead, we will be starting in the maintenance tunnels as Mason. You and the other, both yours and Peach's group having merged when Peach went off to go find her brother. You are taking a short respite, just a minute or so in the tunnels as everybody kind of catches their breath. You were kind of doing a quick head count, making sure everybody's present and accounted for, and it seems that they are. As you're standing there getting ready to get everybody moving, you can see one of the individuals in your group, somebody that you've already had some contact with. There's one Bowen Eastman, a human, who has been a bit of a pain in the ass over the last couple of days. You can see that he's just sort of slumped over and has his head in his hands, and he's just sort of shaking, like rubbing his temples and shaking his head, as he's just sort of, and you can hear he's like groaning. It's pathetic. He's groaning, and yeah.
We have about 100 people with just newly manifesting superpowers in the middle of a very high stress situation. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
Is it slowing the progress, or is he just
No, at this point, kind of. At this point, as you're kind of rallying everybody, he's like one of the only people in the group who's not actually moving. He's just kind of sitting just at the base of the maintenance tunnel, just sort of back up against the wall and just sort of rubbing his temples. He is groaning, just kind of.
What's going on?
I have a headache. It's pretty bad.
Okay, I know what Freeman's thinking, but okay, Mason has to. Come on, we have to keep moving. You gotta fight through it.
Okay, all right, okay, just give me a second. And he like slowly starts like rising, and you can see as he's kind of screwing his eyes up against the obvious pain that he's feeling, and you can see as he stands and starts looking around, he says, "Okay, I think I'm gonna make it."
Yes, I think you are too. Come on.
All right, so you begin pushing everybody, kind of shepherding them towards along the route that had been shown to you before setting out on all of this. Yeah. You proceeding down the tunnels, he just sort of looks up at you and says, what is that sound?
Okay.
As you're looking at him, you're looking around. The only thing you can hear is this sort of like vague murmurs and shuffling of people as they're moving through the maintenance tunnels, and just sort of the soft, low hum of machinery, and every once in a while like a clank of a pipe here and there. General maintenance tunnel sounds, but yeah.
So like I've already assessed that he's not doing this just to be he's not just complaining for complaining's sake. He is experiencing pain.
He's definitely experiencing pain. Whether or not it's as bad as he seems to be showing that it is, it's unclear. He it's very possible that he's being very dramatic about it, but he's definitely at least experiencing real pain.
What is it? What do you hear? What is it?
He says, it's just this whining sound. You can't hear that?
I can, and it's coming from you. We need to go.
He kind of frowns for a moment and then says, "Wait, what?" And then you've already like moved off by this point, and he's like, "Okay," and he just starts walking behind as you kind of keep the group moving. a few minutes go by as you keep going, and he kind of keeping an eye on him as you're going. He's a little bit behind, is just a step or two behind you as you're kind of making your way forward. And at a certain point, he reaches out and grabs your shoulder, and he says, I don't know what it is, but it's getting louder. And he says, and it's coming from back that way. And he points back the direction that you just came.
Okay, so here's what I think. So could Mason possibly do like an insight? How do I want to do this?
What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if maybe something's manifesting and he doesn't know what it is. Kind of like how when we escaped the pods, we had no idea what was going on. And then suddenly we were experiencing these things we could do, but we didn't understand it.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of trying to figure out if he's sort of experiencing maybe something like that.
I'm going to say
that's a tough one.
There
though.
probably isn't a roll to make here. I don't think this is a roll. I think it's mostly up to you whether, because like you, Freeman, have made this connection, but it's up to you whether or not Mason has figured this out.
Well, Freeman figured this out. Mason probably
that's completely fair. Yeah, I'd say that's a completely fair assumption to make.
Okay. I look at him cautiously and I say, well, I think that means that we need to double our efforts and move even faster. If you're hearing it coming from there, it probably isn't good.
There's also a thudding sound, like something's falling or.
I check. What's the status on my little arm thing? I want to see, like, is there contact? Am I able to make contact?
You have text-based communications available right now, but that's about it.
Send a quick how's everyone else doing, and then just send it off and look back at Bowen and that. Yeah, we just need to keep moving quicker. As if it's coming from behind us, then forward's not making the same noise, is it?
He thinks no, I don't think so.
Then we need to move forward and you need to step it up. You're doing good so far, come on.
Okay. And he just kind of keeps moving. I'd say another maybe 5 minutes or so down these maintenance tunnels, and he says, "Wait, I'm hearing the thumping sound from." And he points up ahead where you can actually see just a little bit ahead of where the furthest person from you is in the group. There is an offshoot tunnel that leads off to the right. He says, "No, it's the same sound, but it's louder. It's footsteps. There's a bunch of people. I don't."
Is that the way we have to be going?
No, the way you have to go is past that.
And how fast can we get past it? You think?
Possibly.
Okay, possibly.
Basically the person, I'm sort of seeing you and Bowen at the back of this group, and the rest of the group is sort of moving along. The person who's currently in the lead is just about to draw up level with that offshoot.
I'm going to run up ahead and say we really have to push past this right as quickly as possible.
All right. Yeah, so people start moving. They start kind of double timing. You can hear the whispered message getting passed back through the group as they start going one after the other, just moving a little faster, picking up the pace. As you stand there, one of the things that you note is as you're standing now in the entrance of that offshoot tunnel, you can actually hear the footsteps yourself. And in fact, you even hear a voice. Can't quite make out words at the moment, but you can hear a voice. Sort of a deeper, probably male voice. It's hard to tell.
Is there any kind of sound to the voice that's familiar to Mason? Does it sound like a...
I think I am going to have you make this one a roll, because this is going to be basically a perception check, essentially, is what you're going to be doing.
Basically, then, in that case, my question is, does this voice have, one of those authoritative voices, like when you hear...
Gotcha. Yeah.
Someone
Okay.
say,
so
clear the area, you're like, oh, okay, so that's... Okay, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so this is going to be an intellect roll. And I'm gonna make the difficulty on this one. Make the difficulty on this one 3. So this is, if you've got anything perception-wise, this would be the time. I feel like you do.
I do as an investigator. I can hear. Oh gosh, you know where guess where my book is right now.
Uh-oh.
It's underneath a bunch of other books.
Mm-hmm. It always seems to be. Like, the book that you need is always at the bottom of the
And
stack.
Sorry, I just made my camera shake too, a bunch.
If you have a thing you know off the top of your head, I can speed look it up for you real quick. Control F it in the PDF book.
Well, I don't think it helps. I have this. I'm trained in involving discerning truth, piercing disguises, and recognizing falsehoods in others.
Okay. I don't think that will apply here.
And yeah.
You don't have anything from the from who solves mysteries that helps with this, or
Yeah, you must engage your mind and body to deduct. You can spend points from your might pool, speed pool, or intellect pool to apply levels of effort. Oh, that's not the thing I was looking for. Sorry. Mostly just finding clues.
Okay. All right.
And getting out of harm's way really quick.
Fair enough.
I thought there would be more for this.
Yeah, for some reason I thought you had something that was going to help you with this, but aren't you trained in perception tasks?
Oh yeah.
You are.
Perception tasks, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this is you're trained in perception, aren't you? I thought you were.
Sorry, that's written down over here. Yes.
Okay, you are.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to drop the difficulty down to 2.
That's what I use. Okay.
I was pretty sure you had something like that.
That was what it was. It
Yeah.
was just written down on the page afterwards.
Got it.
On the
Yep.
front page.
Of course it was.
I haven't used it in a while. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Difficulty's
I'll
2.
roll
Then I'm gonna roll.
All right.
Two's good.
First roll of the night.
First roll of the night. 6 or better is what you need.
We've been rolling a lot lately.
Season finale.
I got a 3.
Ooh.
But I'm gonna use next speak. This is kind of important.
Okay.
To me. I got a 14.
Okay. So
Much better.
2 things that you know. This, as to your specific question, it actually doesn't sound particularly authoritative. It doesn't sound like the sound that you would be expecting from any kind of squad leader or anything like that. But as you listen, there's also something else that you pick up from it, is that it is familiar. And the more you listen, and the closer that this seems to get, you slowly start to recognize the voice of one of the powered folks that you rescued. And as you sit there for a second, and you're thinking, and as you looking at your terminal, you can see looking at the route that there actually is a place where your route would intersect with somebody else's, with another group's, specifically Bina's group. And as you're looking at that and you glance up, you actually see, just as you kind of start making the connections, you see the Lumnian man, the one who likes to be called the Inevitable. He makes his way around the corner, followed by what looks like Bina's entire group. You don't notice Bina as in the group. As he makes his way up, he hasn't seemed to notice you. He seems to be just sort of keeping up a running, just word vomit, basically, and just speaking about a variety of things. In fact, the more you listen, it sounds like he's discussing the various equipment that is often used in maintenance tunnels such as this, and the poor and outdated practices that are used in maintaining them. Nobody appears to be actually listening to him as you start looking across the faces, but whatever he's doing seems to actually be reassuring people, or at the very least distracting them, or at least annoying them enough that they aren't, concerned.
I'll trade
Can't
them
focus
Bowen.
on the fear when you're
They can-
irritated.
I'll trade them Bowen.
Yeah. So he actually doesn't seem to notice you until he's practically right on top of your group. As he looks up, he goes, "Oh my goodness. Well, all right then. I apologize. I did not see you standing there.
No, it's good. We're going.
It was. Is everything all right? It appears I was not expecting to run across your particular group during our traverse.
It seemed to have timed out just that way. I was trying to keep the moving quickly. Some sounds coming from back that way, so I figure keep going as quickly as possible and get this over with.
Understood, and I agreed.
Looks like you timed it pretty well.
Yes, well, I have to say that there was in fact no intention behind that kind of thing. This is purely happy coincidence.
Wait, where's Bina?
Right. She received some a distress signal from one of the other groups and went to help them out as they appeared to be pinned down in a location. I have yet to hear any kind of confirmation as to the safety of that group. She put myself and Mr. Kiat here in charge of the group, and if you don't mind my saying so, I am more than happy to turn over leadership of our group to your capable person.
Assuming that you wouldn't mind being an assistant to help. There's a lot of people here. I could use it.
As a matter of fact, that is my preferred stance.
Mason and his 48 supers now?
There's
I really
There's
hope
a
they
whole
figure out their
big group.
powers real soon.
Entire entourage.
you Bowen, by the way,
half of the entire.
Dude.
You could have like a football team. Like
No,
Yeah.
you have like 40. If the cohorts were 16 apiece, you have 48 people with
Yeah.
you right now. You have half of the 100 supers.
so at this point, now that you have a combination of yours, Peach's, and Bina's groups, you are kind of starting to look around, and you see Bowen, he doesn't look quite as, like, you can still see his eyes a little bit screwed up against the pane, but he looks a bit more focused. But he's currently has his eyes locked on the direction that you came from. Yeah.
Yeah, I run to him and I say, "What is it?"
He says it's definitely footsteps, and that whining that I was hearing, I think it's signals. I don't really know. I'm not really a tech person. I don't really know about that kind of stuff, but that's what it sounds like.
Sounds like it's coming from the direction we're trying to go.
How can I hear that?
Oh man. Well, listen here. Everyone here, including you, got powers.
Yeah, no, well, that's what Wire said. I thought it was just rhetoric, but for real, we have real, actual.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna have to embrace it now. Focus. You're gonna have to focus.
He looks like he's about to say something, but then his head snaps up and looks back the direction he came and says, "They're coming. It's them."
He knows. Okay, well, great. So is that the direction we're trying to go?
No, it's the direction you came from.
Okay, I look around and I say, it's time to hustle. We got company.
At that, as you're saying that, the inevitable looks at you and says, "You may be more correct about that than even you are aware." And he holds up his terminal and says, "I've been doing some tinkering ever since you told me that we might be pursued, and as it turns out, I've been able to rig up some of the motion sensors in this vicinity to talk to my device. And well, here, have a look." And he sets it up, and you can see essentially the same map that you've been following, tracing your route to the rendezvous locations. And you can see where there are several dots. There's a group of dots, and that's very clearly your group, as it's sort of moving pretty slowly, like moving through the passage, but like you can see there's another group of dots behind that is gradually gaining on your group. He looks up and says, "I would estimate that at this rate, they'll catch us up in another maybe 2 or 3 minutes. We're still about 10 minutes from the final rendezvous location, as far as I can tell."
Well, we need to move. We need to move real fast. I'll take up the rear.
He nods. He says, if you don't mind my saying so, I'm not exactly the fighting sort. I may try to move up a little bit, perhaps assist you from a forward position.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to fight. Hopefully we don't have to do that. I'm assuming everyone's still moving.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hopefully we don't have to fight. Hopefully we can just fend them off.
I understand. It may be worth considering some sort of gambit, a plan to potentially buy us some time.
I like the way you think.
Well, it's about the only thing it's my most defining personality trait.
Give me what you got.
Says, give me another 2 minutes. I'll figure something out. And as you proceed with hearing the sounds of now the very faint sounds of booted feet in the background starting to manifest themselves even to Mason. We will take that moment to cut over to Peach as you are when we last left off Peach, you were currently wandering through the maintenance tunnels from the primary maintenance facility in kind of the center of the asteroid, with your brother unconscious, being hefted along by one of the insectoid species who inhabit not only Sulon but also many of the conduits, kind of just being very helpful and carrying your unconscious brother with you, kind of following you along, every once in a while offering you insight to direction. It probably is a couple of times of this happening before Peach starts considering that it's wondering if this individual caretaker knows where you're going, and if not, where they are leading you. But yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Before going into the tunnels, I definitely would have brought some kind of layout of them with me if it was available.
Yeah, you.
Like,
Yeah.
can I kind of like? Are they bringing me towards like the rendezvous point that we had to kind of get out of here, or is it like in a completely different direction?
It's kind of unclear, and the reason for that is because they keep directing you down passages that don't seem to be leading you directly towards where you need to be going. But every time you try to argue, they just sort of stop and refuse to move until you go the way that you want them to. And given that they are currently carrying Vix over their shoulder, you don't...
Kinda gotta go.
Yeah.
They have a hostage.
It's starting to feel like that a little bit. A few of these turns go by, and you find yourself...
Can I read their surface thoughts?
Ooh, you want to read their surface thoughts? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's free for me because my edge. So
yeah. So you start kind of reaching out as you start like wondering what the heck is going on here, and you reach out in the way that you have with others. But this is anything but the way it is with others, as you receive a confused jumble. Okay, that's maybe mischaracterizing it. It is very orderly and very organized, but is absolutely incomprehensible to you. Oh no.
So, whoa.
Oh no.
Okay. Give me a warning.
Everything got kind of moved around. Okay.
If Olivia just turns off her camera and turns it back on, it should be okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Or did we fuck it up fully? Do I have to
Yeah,
do it
we
too?
absolutely did. Now you have to do it.
Yeah, I have to do it. Sorry.
suspense. It builds.
There we go. Everything's back.
Get it?
Everything's back to normal now.
Yay!
Sorry
One of those
about
freaky bugs thinking.
Musical chairs.
Yeah. So it is a confused. It is, and like, you get the sense that there's order, but it's like there are hundreds of thousands of voices, all of these thoughts hitting you simultaneously. You're getting sensory input from hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes. You are getting all of it simultaneously, and you totally lose yourself in it. it is, you are completely lost. It's like drowning in a river as you're being pushed along with a current that is overwhelming. You start to even for a moment lose a sense of even who you are, and start to feel that you are just part of the river itself.
Ooh, oh. Hive mind.
Yeah. A moment goes by and suddenly you're pulling away. You're not even sure that you did it yourself. You're just out of it.
Yeah.
And for a second, it takes you a second to figure out what you're looking at. But you see a pair of bulbous insectoid eyes just sort of staring at you. And as you look a little closer, you're trying to figure out why there's this pressure in your back, and you realize after a second that it's the ground. You fell. The caretaker's looking down at you, sort of clicking and thrumming.
Oh, sorry, I guess I got a little overwhelmed. Let's keep going. I'm just gonna kind of stand back up and hope they don't seem angry. Do they seem angry at me for it?
Nope.
Okay.
They don't
I
appear.
mean, not that they could really tell,
Yeah.
probably, but I don't know.
As you're pushing yourself up and kind of, you get a little bit of a head rush. You kind of support yourself on the wall of the maintenance tunnel. And as you do so, you hear some voices and sort of a clattering sound. And as you look up, you see the outline of 3 individuals moving through the tunnels towards your immediate location. Basically, basically where you're standing right now is kind of in the T intersection of maintenance tunnels. And from your right, is where basically you are seeing these people coming from. As you kind of squint, you hear a voice saying, "I hate these places. They make me feel so claustrophobic." And then just, "Don't worry, we're almost there." Excuse me, do you think one of you might be able to help me with this cart? It's a bit heavy." And as you look over, you recognize the voices of Zaya and Wire and Professor Tenoris.
Yeah, I was about to say, is it the professor? Yes.
You
Are
hear,
they like coming into the hall that I'm in?
they're just about to draw even with you, and then you just hear Zaya's voice say, "Hold up, there's somebody up ahead."
I'm gonna say, Zaya, don't shoot. And I'm gonna kind of walk. I'm gonna literally run up to them.
Yeah. She goes,
"Oh, it's so good to see you guys. It's so good to see you guys. Did you guys hear that comms? Did you hear?"
Wire nods. She says, "It gets worse. The Silverfall isn't just here. It's the core is getting rigged to overload. That'll take out at least half of Sulan, and half of Sulan might as well be all of Sulan."
Why did Alice jump? Is it his plan to overload it, or is it an accident?
I don't know, but either way the result is the same, and we've got to get out of here fast.
Okay. And there's no way that, a mechanical genius could help him.
She nods, says, "I put Bina on it. I don't know what her plan is, or if she's even doing anything right now. But right now we can't worry about that. We have to get to the ship right now."
Okay. Do you guys want to meet my friends?
Zaya looks over your shoulder. She says, "Huh."
Hey, they're very friendly.
Yeah.
A little weird.
She says, you can see an uncharacteristic and sort of inappropriate smirk cross Wire's face as she glances up at Zaya, and she says, "Zaya doesn't care for the caretakers all that much." She says, "They freak me out."
Hey, they can hear you. Play nice.
And she just sort of looks kind of worriedly over your shoulder and says, "Sorry. I didn't, Professor, I got that." And she grabs the cart that he's pushing, and you recognize the containment device for the artifact.
What? Why is the artifact here?
Wire just shakes her head and says, "Wasn't exactly time to move it before. We kind of had our timetable moved up a little bit."
Oh, right, of course.
Let's go.
All right. Are you guys still coming? And I'm going to kind of turn back to the caretakers. Are they continuing to
Yep.
follow? Or
Yep, they
Okay.
are following you now. And you proceed down the maintenance tunnels.
Did no one comment on the unconscious man being carried?
No,
Did no one comment?
not at all.
I didn't say anything
you
yet.
could see Wire's gaze went sort of curiously to it, but she didn't say anything.
There are more pressing issues, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, fair. I mean, yeah.
That is a good
that's fair.
question.
Yeah. You proceed down the maintenance tunnels, and the interesting thing is that after a moment, after a few minutes, you start realizing that the caretaker has stopped trying to guide you. They seem to just be following. The other interesting thing that you note, Peach, and it takes you a second because there's all kinds of hissing sounds that are coming from like the mechanisms around, from pipes. There are some less than maintained controlled panels that you can see sparking just sort of on their own. And so it takes you a second. It takes you a few minutes before you actually start recognizing that you're hearing it. But eventually it does become altogether too obvious as you begin hearing a sound of whispers.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say.
More insistent than you've ever heard them, and getting more so by the second. Which is the point where we are going to cut to Bina.
Okay. No follow-up question. All right. Okay, fair.
So, Bina.
So, first of all,
Yes.
immediately after we got that thing, I'm sure at least half, if not all, of the supers of this cohort heard that. And so I would like to do the same thing I did with my group, which
Sure.
is we're calm and focused, all of us together. Let's get out of here first before we panic. And I want to make sure everyone's okay. No one was hurt. They were just cut off, right?
Yeah, they were pretty much... So it looks like just a quick once-over gives you the impression that nobody was hurt. They just weren't able to actually make their way to the entrance to the tunnels.
And then I have right now Abriel and who
Solar.
was
Solar was the other one.
Solar.
Yeah.
Both have the repel attention thing
Yeah.
on them.
At this point,
they made it to me.
Yeah, at this point you're all inside the maintenance tunnels. You're all just, the whole group is gathered there. Abriel just sort of takes a few moments to continue speaking to everybody, and she turns back to you and just says, "Okay, I think whatever it is that you do worked, and they all seem okay. What are we going to do about this situation?"
Well, like I have to get on the ship, right? Like that's so we can't let it detonate here.
Yeah, I mean,
This is a city. There
Yeah.
are people here.
yeah, there are.
Okay. We'll just walk. We'll walk and talk. We'll go. I'll figure it out as we go.
She said,
And
I don't
Dina's
know
gonna just like start walking through the crowd.
You
and
just
start
you
walking
feel
in the right
Abriel's
direction.
hand on your shoulder as she just like stops you and just says, and kind of wheels you around and just says, "Look, I don't want to tell you your business, but this is sort of one of those deal with it as soon as possible situations. I've seen a core overload in person. It's not great.
They're not good. Ooh, I
If it's
know.
already at this point where your friend detected it, we don't have a lot of time. Just look, sorry.
I need to get up there. How do I get up there? That's what we need. That's what I need to find out. And we should keep you moving while we figure this out. And she's gonna start like trying to get her to move again.
She doesn't move. She just keeps her hands firmly on her shoulder. Says, "Listen. Right now the ship is in the opposite direction that you need to go to get to this place." She says, "Look, I hate to say it, but I think you're gonna have to go it on your own from here. I can take them. Don't worry about
Okay.
that. Just
Okay, then I'll go and figure it out. That's fine. We're fine. I'm good at improvising. It's not a big deal. It's a skill I have. Be safe.
She says, "Are you telling me that, or are you telling yourself that?"
Probably both.
Fantastic.
It works sometimes. Usually, I'm very persuasive. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give
just-
her basically the same thing I did with Mr. the Inevitable, which is like an encouragement in the way of people skills,
She says,
so she can help manage the people.
"Do me a favor, Bina.
They're about to be scared.
Do me a favor. Try not to get blown up.
I'm gonna work so hard on
I'm
that.
very good but I'm not that good. I can't bring you back from that.
I have full faith in your skills. And mine too. And she's gonna turn around and she's gonna head in the direction that she's where the ship is.
As you leave, she stands there looking after you for a second and just kind of turns back to the group who are like looking at her expectantly from a distance, and she just says under her breath, we're doomed. And she just keeps walking. She goes back, she says, all right, everybody, let's go.
Praise. You say such sweet words, April.
All right, so Bina, you move off back up the tunnel, kind of reaching that entrance to the maintenance tunnels. As you reach the street level, you look out, and where before there were a bunch of patrols, they seem to have all vacated the area. Apparently, the order that you heard come over the comm got them moving, and basically right now the street is pretty much empty, aside from the stragglers who are still trying to make it to like their homes in this sudden lockdown.
Cool. Well, I'm going to basically do sweep for hostile intent with my brain just to double check, because I missed someone last time and I don't want to make that mistake again. And then I'll move through. If I don't think that there are going to be any eyes on me, I'll just book it, basically.
Okay. Yeah, no, you look around and you can see that there are still some like minimal security around, but they seem very preoccupied, as most of them are just sort of looking directly into their comms and into their terminals, and they seem totally focused on whatever is happening with Ellis and the Silverfall.
Okay. So I'll kind of just like keep brain tabs on people to make sure their attention is elsewhere, and then I'll move.
Occasionally you'll sense a little bit more attention on you, but it quickly passes. Like you
I'm alone. I can move a little bit easier than with
absolutely,
16
especially
people.
with the fact that there are so many stragglers on the street right now moving basically as frantically.
I could be a local.
Exactly. You are moving about as frantically as any of the stragglers are, so they are not paying attention mostly to you. So Bina, what are you doing?
Running.
Where are you headed?
Wherever the ship is. Have I figured out where it is? Can I see?
Which ship?
Oh, not ours. The Silverfall.
Okay. You're not entirely sure where it is.
Okay. Then can I get near? Can I get radio chatter? Can I try to pick it up from other people? Is that something I could do?
You could absolutely try, because here's the thing. Keep in mind that all communications on Sulan have been jammed, except now it's now just starting to dawn on Bina that in spite of that fact,
Yeah. They do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Also, I have to help with this. I'm also gonna ping Wire to see if she has any info and could direct me. Right. To at least a part of the city.
Okay. She sends back what looks like a readout of the whole asteroid and its sort of surrounding areas. You can see that it's basically it's essentially the Sulan territory, like the greater Sulan territory. So in the asteroid, but also including some of the refineries and repair stations or maintenance stations that orbit the place. And you are also seeing what looks like a real-time feed of ship positionings. You can see that there are about 6 Silverbreak cruisers, and there is one very large vessel that you are noting that is very clearly the Silverfall. It couldn't be anything else.
Is it inside or is it outside?
It's both. It looks like the Silverfall did a full-on collision with the exterior of the asteroid.
My God.
Which
at least it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and it definitely explains the shuddering rumble that you felt moments ago, that sort of reverberated throughout the entire city. It's not. It hasn't.
I'm not gonna have to.
Here's the thing.
Get up to it. It's grounded technically.
Here's the problem. It is very clearly embedded in the asteroid, but just on the surface. It hasn't broken through to any of the interior of Sulan.
Shit. Okay.
But you're absolutely right. It is not going anywhere.
How true? Okay. How? So it's not interior. It's still exterior.
Mm-hmm.
How many exit points are there?
There are 3. There are 3 main exit points, which are essentially these huge tunnels that full on not capital ships exactly, but some of the freighters, some of the medium-sized freighters can fit through.
Is there one nearby?
There is, actually. And as you're looking at it, it does appear to be. It's not the same one that Olam and Patch went to, but it is. There is one. It is the next closest.
I would like to sweep the streets to look for a vehicle that is both interior and exterior capable. Which I'm sure some of these vehicles are that, because that's kind of.
I'm gonna have you make a roll. This is gonna be a
Okay.
difficulty 4 roll,
Okay.
intelligence,
Cool.
intellect roll. So
Cool.
Yeah.
So guess what?
Mm-hmm.
Involving sight.
Yeah, that breaks it down to a difficulty 1.
Okay, but also
Mm-hmm.
free level of effort.
All right. So Bina, you just sort of frantically look around the street, and notice that like there are very many vehicles lining the place, but most of them are like atmospheric vehicles.
Uh-huh.
There is one, as you're looking around, you spot one that's sort of on the corner that appears to be and what is this? It's essentially an abandoned what's the word? It's like not maintenance. It's essentially like a cargo lifter, basically, that is used quite often. And Bino would know this. This one probably hasn't been, but this particular model has been used very often with some of the larger variety of freighters and offloading them.
okay.
Like particularly when they arrive at a station that they're too big to dock at, but still need to make deliveries. These are used to essentially offload relevant cargo in between the ship and and whatever station they're going to. And generally speaking, they are extra atmospheric vessels.
Cool. I'm gonna hotwire it.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of glance around the street, just sort of like,
This sequence
yeah.
is the best.
You rush over
Bina,
to it.
hotwire's a maintenance vehicle. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's do it, baby. I know the law.
You rush over to it and kind of popping the hatch open, you look inside, which is kind of you look inside.
Did anyone leave the keys? This is
Nope.
a crisis situation. Okay, just
Prob-
thought I'd check
probably not.
before I do the hard way.
No, as you're looking at it, you can see that it was abandoned, but apparently not. I mean, hastily, but not like in a rush.
Okay.
And as you're looking at it, unfortunately, no, there are no keys or anything like that.
Watch me hotwire it and then pull down the visor and the keys are up there. Like,
It always seems to work that way.
I know.
All right,
Classic.
but you
do it.
you slide in and start and pop the dash essentially and start like messing with shit. So let's I'm gonna have
I
you.
know these things inside and
Yeah,
out.
it's
Let's
gonna
go.
be another roll. Actually, you might not even need to make it though. This is
I don't know. We'll find out.
yeah. This is not the most complex machinery, but you are a
I'm
bit pressed.
familiar with
Yeah,
it.
but you are also a bit pressed for time. So I'm gonna
true.
say that I'm gonna put this at a difficulty 4 right now.
Okay. Let's see. Does my sight help? Like looking through this shit to try to like figure stuff out quickly?
No, I don't think so.
Cool. Oh, I have my tools with me. Would
Yeah.
I get an asset from a tool?
Yeah,
Cool.
absolutely.
Guess what? I get to use a tool. I'm double the speed.
Yeah.
Mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Would vehicle proficiency help with this at all?
I think this is one of the rare cases where this actually would help you because essentially
That's all right.
it's a little bit of both. Like handling a vehicle that you are it's not supposed to run this way.
No.
It requires some knowledge of the vehicle itself. So I'm going to say yes, it's going to help you here. So
yeah.
is that no roll?
Free level of effort, so 5.
So Bina just like rips open the console, starts just messing with wires, pulls out a piece that's not really necessary, and just sort of
Yeah.
tosses it away. Like starts clicking the wires, clicking, and then just you can feel that satisfying like as the hover
My
engines
goal to never roll in this game.
the hover engines boost up under you or boot up under you as you look up, and you can even see like there's even a person that is like passerby who's startled by it, and you just kind of wave and they just look at you and just keep walking past. Yeah, you are now behind the controls of a functioning extra atmospheric vessel.
Let's boogie.
All right.
So here's what's up. So Gabriel knows what's happening, and Wire knows what's happening because I've April was there when we found out, and Wire is giving me information. I'm not telling anyone else right now because there are a lot of people who have a lot of other very important things to focus on that are not being worried about me. So maybe that'll be stressful for everyone later, but for now, I think that would be Bina's thought, is that she's only gonna give Wire updates. And that's, yeah, she'll kind of just text Wire like, I think she'll just say vehicle acquired on my way out. And that's what I'm gonna say.
All right. Sounds good. So as you rush this vessel towards the exterior, you eventually find yourself making your way directly towards one of the just huge shafts that leads to the exterior of the asteroid. The shaft itself is lined with various levels of
There's not like a guard here. Like, are there people patrolling and stopping people from leaving?
That's the thing. You are still. It is still technically in lockdown. However, this is kind of a stroke of luck. It's a bit of a good news, bad news situation.
Yeah.
The good news, I suppose,
The news.
the news, is that this one is not shut down the way the others are. This one is still open. The bad news is that it's that way because this is where they appear to be sending in their security patrols. This is where they left it open intentionally so that they could send their people in and out.
Cool.
Which means that it's likely to be crawling with them, with the Silverbreak security.
So, I've extended no importance to me to other people around me.
Mm-hmm.
Can I like AoE the ship? Because it's not like we're invisible. It's that your perception does not stick to me. Is that something I could do?
Yeah. Tell you what, to make this easy, I'm gonna say spend an XP, and yes.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay.
Done.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay. And then, of course, whatever else you need to do in order to use that ability. But yeah.
It's I believe it's a spend. I have to spend for it. So, cool. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you sort of think quickly, and you like sort of start putting two and two together in your mind. You're like, okay, wait, bunch of people, but I am in a maintenance vehicle. This is sort of like, and it's like an invisibility for normal people.
Already.
Yeah, it's invisible for people without powers. So and you start kind of putting it together and you go, oh wait, and then you start.
Wait, I can do that.
You remember what you did with Taeon as you kind of extended that field to both of you, and you start pushing it outside of yourself. It is a monumental effort of concentration.
This is the biggest vehicle.
It is,
this is like,
yeah.
How big in like Earth terms?
In
like,
Earth
what kind
terms,
of vehicle would I
honestly, this is probably, it's probably like, I mean, you're effectively what you're doing. It's about the size of like, maybe just a little larger than like your average forklift.
Oh, okay.
Like
I was like, is this like,
it's not big.
Semi-truck size?
No.
Like,
It's not big. It's probably, I'd say maybe it's probably about twice the size of your average, your average industrial grade forklift, right? Like it's,
Cool.
So it's a little bigger to have the heft to, operate the magnetic
have,
hooks.
Like, claws
Yeah,
and shit?
it has
like,
it has these basically these extendable magnetic hooks that are intended to sort of expand outward so that it can grab crates and things like that. So
that
yeah.
comes in handy.
All right. So as you push past, you can see several of the security, and as you're reaching up, you can see some of the security checkpoints, and they are not messing around. These guys are fully professional. This honestly looks like a military barricade. There are troops stationed everywhere. That there is every possible area of egress. You can even see some of their military grade hovercraft that are like sort of patrolling the skyways. And even from here, you can see those things literally bristling with weaponry. As you proceed, you can see a few of them at the checkpoint. You pass in this extremely tense moment as you pass by. You pass by the very first barricade, and one of the security officers, in just this instant of like, oh my god, is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Just sort of looks over at you as you pass, makes eye contact with you, and then just looks away. as you just scoot past.
Bina's antennas are like stiff straight backwards, like like holding very still.
Yeah. As you push forward, you like each passing barricade that you move, that you pass, it doesn't get easier or any less tense. The effort only grows as you go, but finally you see yourself just barely kind of having to, at the last second, sort of flip it up onto its side to avoid an incoming transport, but you manage to just scoot by, squeezing through the exit. And as soon as you do, you feel kind of the rather nausea-inducing auto-orientation kick in as it sort of spins you so that you are automatically oriented to the surface of the asteroid.
I'm gonna message Wire. I'm out. Which I'm sure like 3 minutes later from my last message. Like,
yeah, no, you just you don't receive responses to that. You just yeah. But,
I don't think Bina has like thoughts about like, oh, that's probably funny, but like Caitlin's like imagining Wire get like, okay, vehicle acquired. I'm gonna somehow get outside the asteroid. 3 minutes later, I'm outside the asteroid.
She was fast.
all right, so
I'm gonna head towards the ship.
yeah, as you start cresting over kind of the obvious curvature of the asteroid, kind of moving past some of the outcroppings, you round one of the sort of the stone outcroppings that comes out of this asteroid, and as you do, you're able to see just over the horizon of the asteroid, and as you do, you're starting to see an enormous vessel that is just like as you are cresting the curvature, you're seeing it rise over the horizon of the asteroid, seeing very clearly a ship that was intentionally rammed into the side of this asteroid.
I was about to say, I think Bina, as she's like moving up, she's kind of like talking to herself, like, so what are the chances that this is all a setup and they're just trying to lure me out here because they knew I would come? And she's like talking to herself and like, so like just like narrating the scene to herself and like having her own like conspiracy theories.
And I think that's where we're going to cut back over to Mason. Mason, you are moving through these maintenance tunnels, and you're hearing that the sounds of those booted feet much closer now. You can definitely hear them very clearly. In fact, you're starting to even be able to hear sounds of commands being yelled out, not distinctly enough to hear what they are specifically, but you can definitely hear the voices. Bowen has actually relaxed somewhat, although you can still see every once in a while he like squints his eyes against a twinge of pain, but he seems mostly to be kind of getting used to his situation. But what's clear is that you are not going to make it to the warehouse before these guys get on you.
I hope some of you figured out what your powers are. Mason is gonna. How much time do we have? They're, like right on us.
Honestly, actually, if you ask the inevitable, he looks up. He says, "They are roughly. I'd say we have maybe 1.5 minutes."
What's your? Did you think up something? I haven't been able to.
I think I maybe have something. It's quite possible that. I mean, if we're going for the buying time angle, I think if we get up ahead, you notice as we've been walking through these tunnels, I've been noticing that there are various containment seals in these tunnels. And granted, they are not particularly difficult to bypass for anyone even remotely competent, which I assume these security are. It won't slow them down enough to get us ahead of them, but when used in combination with some of the atmospheric controls, might possibly provide a way of weakening them, slowing them down. Probably not enough to buy us time, but maybe enough for one more violently inclined to, take care of the situation. With
Sounds good.
minimal risk. Well, minimal given the circumstances.
I say, let's take this shot.
Right then. He says, there's one coming up right up ahead. We can get everybody out past that, and, well, at that point I should be able to, how difficult is it to herd a group of people towards their main source of salvation?
I can't answer that right now.
I presume you will be taking the, the shots to the, our pursuit?
Yes.
Very well. I'll set the whole thing up, and, I wish you luck. Oh, there is one thing. I recommend, it's going to be pretty hazardous to everybody who is in it, so I recommend maybe, if you've got any kind of breathing apparatus or anything like that might help you out.
I don't know if Mason has anything.
No,
but
you absolutely don't.
I could rip some cloth off, but he's talking about something more like
Mhm.
mechanical for sure.
Yeah.
So no.
It says, it is about, the environment in this stretch of corridor is about to become very hostile.
Don't worry about me. Just worry about the task at hand.
Understood, he says. But if it's all the same to you, I am quite capable of multitasking. And he says, all right, everybody, let's move up beyond that barrier. Yep, that's right. Nobody gets caught on this side unless you wish to suffocate and die a very horrible death. Let's move. And you see, as that seems to sort of spur people on, as they all started kind of like looking at each other like, is he joking? And then looking at his face, like his very, very serious, often expressionless face. They're like, okay, and they keep moving. Mason, you turn and you're face to face with Bowen, who's just looking at you. He says, and he's not moving at all.
You gotta follow them, kid.
Says, no. Says, look, I've never run away from a challenge in my entire life, and I'm not about to start now. So whatever you're doing, count me in.
All right. I'm not gonna say no.
Good. Says, are you sure you don't want to say no? Because I mean, I could, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna stay.
I just click my
Yeah.
and
He,
look towards the threat.
Yeah. He kind of like sees that, looks around, and just and like you can see like he grabs like a loose pipe and just pulls it off, and just sort of says, "Well, it's not quite a lift pole, but it'll do." And he kind of just
Have you ever been in a fight?
says, define fight.
This might be unlike any fight you've been in. Probably never a fight you've ever been in before. Are you sure? Because this doesn't have to be the day that you should prove yourself. Anything. You don't have nothing to prove.
Says,
You just need to survive today.
yeah, well, at that point, you can hear the sound of the ceiling, like the door, the containment door, just and seal shut. He looks back and says, "Well, it's too late now. I apologize. There is a bug flying around my camera."
I know, I kept seeing it and I thought I was hallucinating.
Wasn't sure what that was.
Anyway, he looks over his shoulder and then looks back towards you. And it's at that moment where you start noticing a rapid temperature increase in the maintenance tunnel. As it continues, you also start hearing a sound that it's this sort of hissing sound that you've come to it's the sound that you've heard pretty much exclusively during depressurization sequences of airlocks. As you are standing there, you are feeling almost this breeze rush past you as the air seems to be the atmosphere seems to be in the process of being vented from this section of corridor. as you start feeling that happen, you also start feeling just as quickly you feel your body meeting the changes in the in the corridor. Bowen, however, you can see as he like grabs onto the kind of starts holding on to the wall for support, just kind of and then releases it, because as you can see, like the walls are starting to heat up as well, as he just stands there, just he's starting to take on a bit of a blue tinge, and it's at that moment that you see the first of the lights come around the corner up ahead, as you see the leaders in the security team move into this stretch of corridor. Noticeably, right off the bat, you can tell that they are pretty impaired by the environmental changes taking place in this stretch of corridor. So, what are you doing, Mason?
I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Hold on, let me grab that.
How many are there?
The ones that have come around the corner right now, there's 2 of them.
All right. Pop a shot off.
All right.
And I'm gonna run towards them too.
Okay, sounds good.
I
The
ain't afraid.
Go ahead and make a roll. An attack roll. The difficulty is 2.
Okay. Let's see. Nothing for attack rolls when shooting for Mason. I think it's just because
I think
just
you're
trained in light medium weapons.
Yes, trained in So that would just drop the difficulty down to 1.
All right, I'm gonna roll.
All right.
An 11.
Yeah, that is enough. That will hit. And this is a medium weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a handgun.
Oh, okay. So this is
So it'd probably be not a medium
right.
weapon.
Okay. So this is your pistol. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Hold on, let me grab that. All right. So that's.
Yeah, I think what happens is Mason bears himself to the change in everything, and just like pulls his like shoulder pistol and starts running.
Okay. Yeah, you fire and you fire.
There's not gonna be another.
Yeah, no, you fire just into the first one around the corner, catching him completely off guard. You can see that it hits into like his armored vest as he collapses back against the wall, unprepared for this. And you can immediately see, like, as that happens, you can hear like a scream as he fell back against the heated wall, and then he like immediately pushes himself forward off of it and turns to face you. They're not gonna get an action right now because they were not expecting this. However, here's what you do see. You feel more than hear, because your eyes are focused on the security team that's coming down the corridor, and you're starting to see more of them round the corner. Probably 6 in total. And as you're standing there, you can feel more than see movement behind you. And as you do, you turn and you see Bowen is sort of pushing himself off the wall and is moving forward, but there's something wrong with him. Like, he does not look the way that he did when you turned away. You can see one of his shoulders is wildly disproportionate in size to the other. As you can see, as you're looking, you're realizing it's not just the shoulder, but it's his entire arm that has turned into just this huge muscular arm that is covered in thick, coarse hair, the ends of which ends in full-on claws, as he is starting to like just basically Hulk out. He's just sort of ripping through his shirt as his entire body starts transforming. As you can see, hair sprouting from everywhere. As you can see his face kind of elongates into like an almost canine look. As he then just sort of, you can see his legs like bending backwards into that like triple jointed sort of like a dog's leg, as he like stands there, and then both claws foreclaws land down on the deck as he just sort of collapses. And then you just see, as he looks up, you can see his eyes, his dark eyes, just fade to this very, like, these wolfish yellow eyes as he looks ahead at looks at you, looks at the security team, and then leaps forward at them, and in a single bound covers the entire distance of the corridor towards them, and just knocks into the front of them.
Werewolves in space. Werewolves in space.
Space wolves.
That is sick.
Oh.
I was so not expecting that.
I'm shook. I'm shook.
Mason's just standing there like, I need my flask.
Mason needs his flask.
Is Bowen is a world builders.
Yeah,
creation, right?
Bowen is one of
Yeah.
the patron creations. Yep.
Is so cool.
Mhm.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
What taste?
As he bowls full on into the forward members of the security team, you're watching him just rip into them with a savagery that you would not have expected from Bowen, as he just grabs one by the faceplate, like fully palming his head and just sort of tossing him like a rag doll down the corridor. As you can hear, like, I'm like full on Wilhelm scream, right? Like just getting tossed down the corridor. Yeah. You see as he just like rips into the others. They are in full chaos. This organized, slightly perturbed by the sudden rapid change in the environment of the corridor. The security team you see them just breaking as they like several of them, those whose faces you can actually see, they're full on panicking. Like one of them like seems to remember that he actually has a weapon in his hand and just fires wildly, fully missing anything. In fact, one of the shots actually catching the knee of one of his companions as he just panics and scrambles backwards.
Well, are they retreating fully?
Doesn't look like they're fully retreating, but it's mostly seems to be because few of them are in the condition to be able to do so. As like Bowen fully knocked them down, and any one of them that makes an attempt to get up just gets grabbed and tossed against a wall. It's not contained, but it's gonna be.
There are 100 superpowered people on this asteroid who do not want to go back to where they had them before. What did they expect? You think they'd be better prepared than this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
And from that, you're actually getting the impression that these people who are pursuing you weren't actually expecting to find anybody in these tunnels. They were just sent down here to sweep them.
Bad surprise.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just gonna follow up and switch to my stunner and try to just stun them, the ones that are already in the ground.
Yeah, and it's easy enough to do because a combination of just being fully dazed by having this enormous, almost like kind of canine humanoid just bowl into them, and the rapid environmental change, they're not exactly resisting as you rush up and just sort of look down, just zap a couple of them, and they just out. It's about a minute or so as things calm down, and you start gradually feeling the environment in the maintenance corridor going back to normal. You can hear the hissing of the air returning, and your ears start to kind of like pop a little bit as atmosphere returns to the corridor. Your lungs start pumping again. You can feel as you are able to, as you like. You feel the need to breathe once again as your sort of adaptation kind of wears off. The temperature starting to return to normal. And as you look over at the sort of crouched beast that is now sitting in the corridor, literally sitting on the chest of one of the security, you can feel things going back to normal. And as you look at him, you can see his head just sort of snaps in your direction, sort of like...
I'd like to imagine that Mason has like a pack of cigarettes that's kind of like in a paper wrap, and he kind of just flicks one out and then pulls it out like just like classic, kind of classy, and hopefully there's still some part of the metal that's still kind of hot, and then just lights his cigarette on it.
Yeah.
And kind of just looks at Bowen, the werewolf, just like, that was pretty good.
And
You're not gonna eat me, are you?
he just kind of growls and just says, "Probably not."
Oh, you can talk.
You hear behind you the sound of the and the seal, like the security door just opens behind you, and you turn back to see the face of the Lumnian man, the inevitable, just sort of looking through. It says, is the situation well in hand?"
More so than I imagined. Yes.
"Excellent. Well then, it may be a good time to inform you that it is move your ass o'clock and we must go."
All right. I just take one more puff and I kind of just flick the cigarette at one of the stunned guards and say, "Let's go."
You just hear
You kids having fun in here? Need any snacks? We good?
as you say, "Let's go," Bowen just and then just leaps to basically like behind you, and like fully all fours on the side of the maintenance quarter just like goes around Mason and proceeds. And you can see as the inevitable looking down at his terminal looks up and goes, "Oh," and just goes by. Do we need to be
Mason,
concerned about that?
Half concerned. The other half should still remain focused here. But yeah.
Acknowledged. And he just follows you
Definitely.
as you proceed down
No
the maintenance
explanation.
corridor. And I think this is where we're going to take our break, because we are fully there right now. So,
I'm so scared.
I like how Bowen is better as a wolf.
He so much is. Now I like
Like
him.
he's more likable. Like I'm like, okay, that guy's all right.
Yeah. I like how Mason just spent like that whole several seconds not being able to use his lungs, and as soon as he could, he lit a cigarette.
No, I was like, that is very on brand of him.
yeah.
That's true.
Powerful.
All right, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back, and we'll jump right back into tonight's.
Okay, guys, I have
episode.
a great plan. It's okay.
All right, we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are back from break, and everything is totally fine. Everything's fine. This is fine.
We're
What are you
Going worse.
I'm doing great. I'm having a great
Not, I mean, I
time.
shouldn't say that,
So-
baby.
where we left off, Mason was leading the vast majority of the powered individuals to safety, having inherited everybody's groups.
Thanks for taking one for the team.
Line leader.
and basically discovered that one of these powered individuals discovered their ability. Bowen Eastman turned into this hulking werebeast creature that just straight up took out an entire security team. Meanwhile, Peach is traveling with Wire, Zaya, and Professor Tenoris, hearing strange whispers from the artifact that Tenoris brought along with him, and Bina has commandeered a maintenance vehicle, or a cargo vehicle, and is currently skimming across the surface of the asteroid towards the Silverfall, Damian Ellis's flagship, which, incidentally, fully crashed and embedded itself into the asteroid's surface, thereby
Hey, I'm headed to McDonald's. Anyone want anything? I'm gonna.
yeah, thereby ensuring that it could not be forcibly moved. So we are picking up with Peach. As Peach, you've been hearing these whispers now for a few minutes as you've been proceeding down the tunnel. Looking over your shoulder, still perfectly in step behind you, the caretaker, who is lugging the unconscious form of your brother, just sort of looks at you, and just with their large bulbous eyes just sort of looking, and you can see their the mandibles sort of twitch, and you can hear sort of a low thrumming sound, and as they look at you, still continuing to move in step with you down the corridor as Wire and Zaya sort of are bickering, but it's a situation that honestly it feels comfortable. At least some part of this is normal.
Yeah. So, you could hear that too, huh? Does the caretaker react?
They stare at you. They continue to stare at you, and then you can see their antennae sort of turn in the very like towards the cart that Zaya is now pushing.
Yeah, it's not a really nice feeling, huh? Okay. Can I make out? I know the whispers have generally been kind of like hard to make out the words. Is it still like really kind of intangible?
Yeah, it's very present and almost insistent. In fact, you're hearing it. Like you're hearing it like with your ears, but you're also, it's like something is pulling at your attention as well. Like you're feeling that as you go on and as the whispers get louder, you are less and less able to look away from the container. And unfortunately, here's the unfortunate thing, is the fact that it's being moved means that the active containment is not currently operational.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah. The professor having explained to you at some point during this that they figured a brief exposure would be relatively harmless, especially since the plan is to plug it back in as soon as they get to the ship. But as you're moving on and this is growing, this feeling is growing, you're starting to question the wisdom of that decision, and maybe it would have been better if they had looked for a way to power it remotely.
Yeah. As we're kind of no one else can hear it. Like nobody's
reacted.
No one else is making any reactions.
Nobody has reacted.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of just turn to the professor as we're kind of hurrying along and just say, is there any kind of way that we can put this field back on as we're going? It's getting a little loud in here.
He looks towards the cart and says, it's reaching for you.
Yes. Pretty insistently.
Fascinating. And you see as he pulls up his on his terminal and just starts typing away, and he says,
"Hey, notes later. Imminent."
Yes. Sorry. And he puts it away and says, "But now." Says, I'm not sure what there is we can do exactly. I'm not really tech savvy per se, and frankly, we aren't exactly in the best circumstances to accomplish anything. Do you think, are we in danger?
I've seen what this thing can do, and I would hate to see it do that to any of us.
Right.
So
I can't think of anything to do unless. And he looks over at Wire, who's kind of been listening to this conversation, saying nothing. And he says, I hesitate to even bring it up just because I know it's of critical importance right now. Wire just nods and says, "What do you need?" He says, "Your anti-jamming device. It's quite possible that that it contains a power source that," and she just nods. She doesn't even let him finish. She says, "Yeah, no, you're right. That might work." And she reaches down to the bag that she has currently slung over her shoulder, reaches into it, and currently, basically, the way that they're laden is she has one backpack, like a big tactical backpack, on her back. You can hear even from here you can hear the sound of the muffled sounds of carefully padded technology clacking against itself. And then she has a small a shoulder bag as well. Zaya, on the other hand, has this big fuck off duffel bag that she's just carrying over her shoulder.
Like a backpacking in Europe backpack.
Yeah,
it's at your entire height and twice your width.
Yeah, and
I love that image.
Wire's reaching into this bag and pulls out a kind of rectangular device that has several blinking lights on the display currently active. And she says, "You understand that this is going to make it so that we're not going to be able to talk to each other during this, right? Not even the limited amount that we've been able to manage." And the professor says, "Yes, of course, but..." He looks to you and says, "It's up to you. We can maybe work out something with that, but..."
Question, Luis, I forget, I don't know if I asked this last session, but did Vix have his own communicator?
He did. He does.
So would the jammer jam like kind of all frequencies, including his, or?
So here's the interesting thing. The entire time that Sulan has been under lockdown, it has also been, communications have been jammed. All communications have been jammed. But you still heard that broadcast. You still heard that, which suggests to you that they have some sort of exception for their own jamming technology.
Okay. I think it's worth it, Wire. We do not want the artifacts effects going into play right now.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
I have an idea that might still work even with the radios jammed.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. Hold up a second. And Zaya stops. She says, "You want to stop right here? You want to do this now?" And Wire shrugs. She says, We can't have the city filled with mindless, animalistic killing machines." And Zaya shrugs and just sort of mutters, just as kind of seems like it already is. And then just grumbles, but like sets the cart down, and Wire goes over to the containment pod and starts taking apart the device that she pulled out. And as that happens, you immediately hear a beep from your terminal, and as you look at it, you can see that any signal that it had is gone. Even basically whatever little amount that you were able to communicate with each other via text, that whatever ability to communicate Wire was preserving with her device, it's gone. She starts pulling apart this piece of equipment and opens up a panel in the side of the container, and she starts fitting pieces in, like removing some pieces very carefully, and starts kind of pulling tools out of her belt, and starts essentially what it looks like sort of soldering this power source into the actual circuitry of the containment device. The whole process takes probably about 5 minutes or so, but she finally finishes and just says, "Okay, Professor, go ahead and switch it on." "Yes, of course." And he hits the activator, and you can see like several of the indicator lights all over the containment device start lighting up. And she nods and says, "Okay, it's not going to last long. That containment is far too much for this power source, but it'll probably last us at least until we get it to the ship, which is all we need."
Thanks. It's better already. Mm-hmm. Which leaves me to, as we're walking at this point, mm-hmm. right? We're going still.
As soon as that thing came on,
like, we don't need to be stopping anymore.
Yeah, as soon as that thing came on, Zaya immediately started pushing it along.
Okay. So Wire, this is Vix, this is Wire, and I know Vix is unconscious, but I'm literally just gonna pretend, like, act as if I'm introducing them. Yeah. And then Vix has a communicator, and I want to know the likelihood of making connection with Ellis's second in command, the one who said to arrest Ellis.
Yeah.
Do you think that would be aligned to them?
You want to talk to Tamsin Trethaway? I mean, I guess.
I was hoping I could, because we do have some pretty damning information that if it got out, would really cause a lot of damage to their empire. I thought that we might have some leverage in getting them to let us go, especially because, if I would guess correctly, Bina is on the way to saving Sulan.
Yeah. Let me see that. And she gestures to the communicator that Vix clearly has. And as she grabs it and starts taking a look at it, she says, Okay. It's not safe to use just yet. If I use it right now, they'll be able to track us.
Okay.
In fact, he's probably the only thing that's kept them from actively trying to track us already.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Well, when it's safe, if you can give me a phone call, I think a couple minutes is all I'll need to see if it works.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. And she starts fiddling with it as you're walking.
Okay.
There is a moment, Peach, as you were walking along. Zaya hits a particular, like a bump in the maintenance walkway, where you essentially see there's like been a temporary, like that sort of like plastic stuff that housing that you sort of temporarily put over wires that are going to be like cables that are kind of like in the way, often used in like theater and stuff like that to like make sure that run to equipment so that you don't trip over them constantly. It's sort of like that, but much larger, just sort of placed across the maintenance corridor. It looks like this is an area where they were actively working prior to all of this. And you see as she like pushes it over, the bump causes a slight flicker in the indicator lights. The power maintains, but you can hear that sort of sputtering, like there's sort of a hum that goes and goes up. And in that split second, Peach, you are not standing where you're standing. Everything, the world around you is just completely black, and the only thing that you can see is just sort of this vague fog. And the whispers are everywhere. This omnidirectional sound that seems to be at once coming from everywhere and from nowhere. And the more you look into the darkness, the more you see movement. Individual movement forms people. You've seen this before, but there's something different now. Or maybe you're different and you're not sure. But either way, they seem much more distinct from each other, from the general gloom than the last time that you were here. And as you look towards one of them, you can see, just like last time, you can see that they stop and almost seem to take notice of you. And as they start stepping forward, almost reaching out to you, to your hand, which you actually see suddenly notice is outstretched towards them, you start to see you're not sure why this person looks familiar, but you can see an old man, human, probably maybe in his late 70s, somewhere between his late 70s and his late 80s. It's difficult to tell. You can see sort of a big scraggly beard and somewhat curly, wavy gray hair that's just sort of hanging like a mop over his wrinkled face as he looks at you, and you can see a look of awe across his face, as well as something resolute. But what you're not seeing is surprise. And as your eyes meet, he looks out to you and he just says very quietly, he says, "It can help you." And then just in that moment, it's gone. You're standing back in the maintenance shaft. But even though you've come back to yourself, you still hear, amongst the whispers, for that split second before the thing powers back on, you hear the echo of his voice saying, "They can hear you. They can all hear you." And then the containment gets put back up.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't even get to ask any follow-up questions.
You feel a hand on your forearm.
I'm literally just giving a glare to the box.
Yeah.
Like trying to literally get it to tell me its secrets.
You feel a hand on your forearm, and you look and meet the professor's eyes. He's looking directly at you with a very concerned expression. He says, "Are you all right?"
Yeah, the artifact, or people connected to the artifact spoke to me.
Really? And
They
you just...
said-
Yeah, go ahead.
They said that it could help us.
Fascinating. And at this point you hear Zaya say, "Hey, keep up the pace or get left behind." She says, "We're not on vacation here, people." And she just keeps pushing the cart as Wire kind of looks between her and you, gives sort of an inquisitive eyebrow raise, and then just turns and continues moving.
Does the person that I saw, can I try to figure out who they are, like based off the features that I saw and kind of
It was a split second. There was very little time, and the one thing you know is that they looked somewhat familiar.
It wasn't like an old Olam or something, like...
It's really, you didn't get a good look. Like, it is difficult.
Okay.
It was just a split second and everything was disorienting. But you continue on following after Wire and Zaya with the professor, whose concerned eyes never fully leave you the entire rest of the time that you're traversing the maintenance tunnels. And the the caretaker carrying Vix over their shoulder.
Professor, I think that if all else fails, we might have a really interesting thing for you to study later on.
And that's where we're going to cut back over to Bina. Bina, you
Yeah.
skirted
Got this.
You went across the surface of this asteroid, and while right now you've pretty easily actually made it on board. Hull breaches are no joke.
Oh God. Okay.
But the one notable thing from your journey to the Silverfall is that as you're reaching it, you can see where it impacted deep into the crust of the asteroid, and it's definitely not going anywhere on its own. And as you look around, you actually, as you were on approach, looking around, you could see the forms of dozens, hundreds even, small figures moving around the outside of the ship. And as you get closer, you can see just hundreds, probably about, at best estimate, maybe 200 to 300 caretakers just swarming the thing.
Okay.
They look like they are. They honestly look like, it looks like an ant colony that has been like swarming a disturbed nest.
Does it look like anyone who was on the ship is evacuating or has evacuated?
No, in fact, you can actually, the side of the ship, the part of the ship that you can see as you're approaching, is the side where you can actually see they likely would have the escape pods, and you can see all the hatches where the escape pods would have jettisoned. They're all still there. But all of that was what you noted on your approach. Mm-hmm. Right now, you find you're kind of climbing out of this maintenance vehicle, or this cargo vehicle, in a section of the ship that has essentially, like, the hull had crumpled so violently that it created a breach big enough for you to actually fly directly into.
Excellent.
And right now you find yourself in what was probably at some point a large conference room, but is now a makeshift hangar bay for you.
Good. Are there any caretakers in here? Have they boarded the ship?
No, they don't appear to have boarded the ship. Right now, from what you're seeing, it kind of looks like they are trying to contain some kind of exterior damage.
To
Sulon.
To Sulon. Okay, I was gonna to the ship. Mm-hmm. To Sulon. Okay.
Yeah. Mostly they were ignoring the ship, although you could see some of them starting to remove bits of the Silverfall.
Okay.
And just sort of start kind of carrying them away.
Could I have landed by them first?
Sure. Yeah.
Like.
I mean, you won't be able to like be next to them though, is the thing, because there's no atmosphere out there.
Yeah, and I doubt there's is there an Atmos suit in here?
No,
okay,
absolutely
there would be. No. Is there any There's no communications. And sound doesn't travel in space. Do I have any kind of screen in here that I could put like up to a window or something? Like, does my terminal have like can I put like the holographic screen up against like the window? Could they see that?
It's less of a question of whether they could see it and more about whether they would give you the attention.
That's fair.
Because they...
Well,
yeah.
okay. So, all right, okay. Yeah, okay. So this is what I want to do 1st. So I want to land near where a lot, like, not in them. I don't want to endanger them, but like nearby where there are a bunch of them. And I would like to catch their attention with my brain. They are not hostile towards me, so I have an ability, a creature who isn't hostile to you can convince them to take one reasonable action. I would like them to pay attention to me.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so as you sort of reach out, interestingly, you find that as you reach out, their response is immediate. As you reach out kind of with your push, the response is immediate. And you feel a wave of something that is alien to you, but approaches something like a sense of familiarity as they look directly at you.
Yeah.
The closest, like there's like 5 of them that look up and look directly at you.
Bina's been like adjacent to caretakers before, just by being someone who's been all over and also deals with conduits less than legally and also legally.
But this is the first time you've been around them
she's never done this before.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that I can get someone close enough so I can write them a message on my terminal. I know that they're like that they communicate in their own way, and I'm probably not going to be able to get like an actual read on them, but I want to communicate to them with whatever screen that like I'm here to help, and I want to make sure they know that there's a core breach in progress.
Okay.
Or what's it called? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Core breach. Okay. Yeah. I want to make sure they're on the same page.
Okay.
And I'm sure they know, but Bina just like wants to be like, I'm here to help, like it. And I don't know if there's no way she could have a conversation like, what can I help with? But yeah, I want them to know that there's going to be someone on the inside trying to help as well.
Right.
And see if they have any sort of reaction.
They look directly at you, then all kind of look at each other, and they start moving towards each other in just sort of like a circle. And they just sort of stand in a circle looking directly at each other. And you can't hear them, but you can see like their like mandibles moving in where they would probably be clicking. And you can almost see like the exposed kind of chords moving as they appear to be thrumming. And then they turn and just sort of scatter. One of them stands in one spot and just looks directly at you and then moves off on their own.
Okay. Well,
it's unclear whether the message got across or not, but something happened.
Something happened. Well, I tried. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Enter the conference room hangar bay.
Okay. Yeah, you. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna give you a GM intrusion.
Let's do it.
Okay. So go ahead.
I was about to do something very stupid. I'm gonna give it. Peach, I feel like you're about to make a very stupid phone call. I'm gonna give it to you.
A little prank call.
A little prank call, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So you, Bina, as you open the door to the conference room, you step out, and your blood goes cold because you step out into what looks like a small control room just outside, and looking around at the stations, all of them are occupied, and you can
feel it before I went in. Oh no!
No, and that's the intrusion. That's the intrusion. Is you did not feel them.
I know.
Or rather, you didn't feel the absence of them, because as you step into the room, every station there is a humanoid individual at the station. All of them, you can see that green glow in their eyes.
Motherfucker.
Every single
okay.
one of the individuals at the stations in this room are warped.
Excellent. So.
And you, Bina, just fully walked out into
Yep, I sure did.
right into the middle of the room.
Concerned.
Okay. Do I get an action here, or are we cutting away for the drama?
Sure. What do you want to do?
I would like to blend in, please.
Okay.
I would like to.
Just
not
I'm
be
gonna have you do something for me.
Okay.
Like I'll let you do that if you want, but I'm gonna have you do something for me first.
Okay.
Which is
okay.
I'm gonna have you roll. I'm not even gonna have you roll because you don't need to.
Okay.
So as you're reflexively about to activate your blend in, and then you notice something.
Okay.
Something strange.
Okay.
Is that none of them appear to have acknowledged your presence.
Oh.
You are fully exposed out in the middle of this control room, surrounded by many warped, none of whom has even looked up. All of them
Cool.
are at their controls, and weirder still,
Oh my god.
weirder
okay.
still,
Yeah.
they appear to be operating the controls.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Okay. This is a ship manned by warped. Cool. Excellent. Okay, cool. So has the door behind me closed? Am I just like walking to this room and then the door shut behind me?
It hasn't closed. I mean, it's closed because it's automatic, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was gonna say. Like I walked in and it shut behind
Yeah.
me, and no one reacted.
Not even a twitch.
Cool. And I don't get feelings from them.
No,
the last time I
you
encountered
feel
them, I got that
you feel an
void.
absence. Yeah, you feel
The void,
and
yeah.
you're still feeling that. Now you are feeling it.
Yes.
It's a bit more
So-
subtle than actually feeling emotions, which is probably why in your distracted
Why?
state you didn't.
I have to pay attention for that.
Yeah.
Okay. So Bina's gonna kind of like sideways walk across the back wall to try to get to another door
Mhm.
to get to another part of the ship.
Okay. Yeah, you sort of
Like back against
yeah,
the
just
wall,
like edging
scooting,
along the wall, watching them. Not a one of them, even though you're very clearly moving and not particularly
keeping
hiding
my
it.
eyeballs on them
They
at all times.
they don't react at all. They continue operating the controls. And as you move, you reach the door on the opposite side of the room, which opens, and as you kind of are looking
I'm
at them,
paying attention for more void
yeah.
signals.
Oh, you
now.
absolutely
Yeah.
feel one on the other side of the door, and as the door opens, you look up directly at a what appears to have once been a Lumnian man, like a very tall Lumnian man, who just you can see he looks directly down at you, those bright glowing green eyes, and then just proceeds into the room.
Excellent. Great. Cool. Really cool. Really cool. And Bina's walking away going, really cool. Great. Awesome. Like just like walking down the hallway to get away from that room. Like
Yeah.
am I familiar with this type of ship at all?
Um,
Is this a one of a kind ship?
this
that
is
I
pretty much
wouldn't
one of a
know?
kind.
Okay.
It is. Yes, it is very.
Could I intuit
Yeah,
where
like
the engine room would be?
as you're looking at this ship, I mean, while it is one of a kind, it like most ships are built on a sort of generic frame.
Is it is the grav still in case? So like this ship is like at an angle, but like the internal gravity is still good. I'm not
Yeah.
having to like climb walls and
No,
stuff. Like,
there are
okay,
places as you proceed through the corridors where the gravity is the artificial gravity is less than
Optimal?
less than optimal, but it doesn't really impede your movement.
Okay.
Like at most, you end up sort of walking at an angle through the corridor, but
Okay.
but yeah, the more interesting fact about the ship is, first of all, any room that you walk past that you can see, control stations, maintenance stations, warped at all of them.
So now I'm gonna be scared if I feel actual emotions. So I'm keeping
So,
also a very keen antenna out for that.
The second thing that you notice is that a ship that has had the collision that this one has had, and whose core is in the process of overloading, there should be some kind of warning or alarm or flashing lights. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared about. I think at this point, Bina would try to tell Wire, but I'm assuming.
Yeah,
our comms have been jammed
you
at this
look
point.
you look down and you
Yeah.
go to send the message, and you can see the connection is gone.
connection's gone. And she goes, great, cool, even better, awesome, great, cool. I need an engine. I need to look at an engine. And she's walking fast. I need to look at an engine right now.
Okay.
Gotta get there.
Um,
So I'm scared that Alice isn't even here. I think this is a big just bomb that they've sent to Zulon.
All right. You move towards the aft of the ship, hoping to find that engine soon, because every step brings you a new, disconcerting sight of warped behaving in a way you've never seen them behave. As you move, one thing that I will also say that you notice as you pass more rooms filled with them is that they seem to be moving in a bizarre sort of unison, perfectly coordinated. Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, if I pay attention to the void, is there any sort of nuance that would suggest that they're interconnected?
Nothing.
Cool.
You keep moving, and to the point where you start kind of getting used to feeling nothing, like the presence of nothing as you move down the corridors. And so it's almost like being startled by a loud noise when you start feeling people. You start feeling people. And
Number? Do I get a feel how many?
Hard to tell. A whole bunch.
It's a couple. Okay.
Whole bunch.
More than one. That's what I wanted to know.
As you look, you're kind of looking for a direction. You're kind of pinging. There's a door up ahead. As you're moving through the corridors, it's a kind of a 4-way corridor where like there's blast doors. All of them are closed, but none of them appear sealed. And as you are making your way up to it, you are noticing that. Sorry, when I say all of them, I mean just the two to the side. Like the one on the path, the doors on the path that you're going on are still open. But you can see the door on your left. That appears to be. They seem to be like right there.
Okay. So, quick so the warped. Explain what they look like to me. Or like, what's the differences? They're kind of. They've got the greenish eyes.
And they're like all of. Basically, you can see like under skin. You can see sort of like these black veins that sort of go everywhere, sort of crisscross across their all of their exposed skin.
And are their full eyes green glowing? Like, is it the thing, or just like the pupil or whatever?
Yep,
just full eye?
Everything, yep, full eye.
Okay. So, with my light ability, I can change what color it is. I want to make my eyes glow green, like, just in case.
Okay.
Like,
sure.
Like, just as, like, if someone were to look at me, like, I at least look kind of warped, maybe.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Just as, like, a backup.
Yeah, and no sooner do you do that than you see the door open, and a corporate security team walks in. You can see they have weapons up, and they are all in very much like tactical formation as they move, sort of looking through to either side. And you see one of them spots you and says,
Okay, what do they do?
They turn and say, "We got another one over here." They're just looking at you.
Say that.
We've got another one over here. And as they sort of fan out, a few more of their weapons kind of turn in your direction, saying, just like another one, you hear a woman's voicing, just like the others. What's going on here? Never seen them like this before. As there's like the security team starts sweeping through, they don't appear to be taking particular notice of you, other than like noting your presence. And as you're watching, you see you see a woman follow them in who is very clearly in command of the group.
Can I like be working at a terminal or something?
Sure,
like,
yeah.
Or pretending to like, because like the warped I saw weren't paying attention to me, so I don't want to like totally look like I'm just ogling these guys. So I'll kind of after a second kind of move in the same way that I saw them moving, kind of just trying to mimic and do that.
You see a woman step in, and you see that she's human, maybe about 5'6", 5'7", has short cropped dark hair, very sort of sharp featured, with eyes that appear to be taking in everything. She is not holding a weapon. And she's kind of looking around. The thing that strikes you about her is that you've seen her before.
Okay.
You've seen her. It takes you a second, but you start kind of flashing back to the auction. She was with Ellis.
Okay. Was she ever introduced? Would I remember a name? Okay.
She's sort of stuck to the background. At the time, you took her to be sort of like the head of Ellis's security detail.
Security. Okay.
And she is currently standing at the back of the group as they start kind of fanning out and starting to secure corridors. And you can hear their confirmations of clear.
Are they getting
Confirmed.
close to me at all? Like, do they come towards me?
No,
in
they
any
don't
way?
appear to be heading towards you. As you see,
Because I'm basically like, the second Bina starts to feel like nervous, she's gonna pop a blend in because she's like, just to like double check, because I don't know.
yeah, you see as she's kind of looking around, you can sense from her just sort of a sense of wariness. But
To
one,
me or in general?
just in general, but you can feel, the other thing you can feel about it is it's one that, so emotions tend to take on a certain flavor, for lack of a better term. And this particular wariness that you're feeling from her feels like it's not situational, and rather that it's just sort of always there.
Constant state of being, yeah.
As she's looking around,
Cautious person.
her eyes sort of sweeping the hallway, they sort of look in your direction, and you can feel her, you can sort of, out of the corner of your eye, you can see her head turning and sort of lingering on you. And then you feel amusement from her.
Oh no.
She says, I should have figured I'd find one of you here.
I would like to blend in.
Okay. You do.
Honestly, probably, that's fine. I was saying probably as soon as her attention was on me, she probably would have got skittish and done it, but it's okay. We'll leave she noticed her first.
And you see as her gaze sort of unfocuses for a moment and then focuses back on you. As you can, basically, what you get from that is damage was done. She saw you, and you were enough interest to her to just. And
Can I fight back at all?
give me a second, because as
sorry,
you're standing
continue,
there,
yeah.
she just sort of stands. And you can see the other security team respond, and they sort of them look and then notice you, and it seems to sort of, you can feel like alarm in some of them as like the realization setting in that that you are not like the other warped, and you can see weapons swing around towards you, but you see her hand goes up. She says, secure the way forward. A few of them look at each other, and she looks back at you and then stops. She just freezes and just very slowly turns and looks at one of them. He goes, yes, ma'am. And they just move.
Love it.
And she just stands there, arms fully at her sides, just watching you. She says, so, I don't think we've actually had the pleasure. She says, I know who you are, Bina Oba.
That's me.
She says, my name is Tamsin Trethaway. She says, I was Ellis's right hand for a lot of his tenure during Silverbreak. At Silverbreak.
Was is a word I like to hear.
I figured you
Maybe.
might.
Yeah.
Right now we find ourselves at common purpose.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So you're, I'm assuming, fully aware that one, your ship is full of warped, and two, that you've got a major situation in the engine. If you would like, I would like to be there.
We don't really have a lot of time for the full breakdown, but the important parts of it are that this isn't my ship, it's Ellis's ship. And Ellis hasn't been exactly a team player for some time.
He doesn't really seem the type.
Wasn't always that way. But that's for another time.
People change.
Right now, we have a situation on hand. I was sent to mitigate the disaster that was the property transfer, but which I assume you and your friends had a hand in. But for now, I'm much more interested in...
Not blowing up. I would like that very much, too.
I'm also interested in something else you might be interested in.
Okay.
I'm here for the
Can we walk and talk? Can we, like, head engine ways?
She gives you this terse smile that is definitely the expression of somebody who's not used to making that particular expression. And she just says, after you.
Okay, let's go. And Bina will kind of like, she's like kind of sidle up next to her, like.
Yeah. And she
too
says,
familiar.
I want Ellis. I want him captured. And...
Well, I don't want him.
No, you don't. But you also don't want him following you.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
become a bit obsessed recently.
I could tell, yeah. Get a hobby, dude.
He's also... It's that exact thing that has caused him to be a bit of a liability.
His hobby, yeah, that's fair.
He's become inconvenient.
Yeah. If I help you here, you're going to let us leave.
I already have what I want.
Which is...
None of your business.
You know what? That's fair. Is she hostile towards me?
No.
But I'd like to know, and I would like to use fast talk. I would like to know what she's gotten.
Okay. I'm gonna have this. This is definitely gonna be a roll. The difficulty of which is gonna be 6.
Cool. All right. So, task sensing emotions, dispositions. Because I had to tell if she was hostile towards me. I'm reading her through this whole conversation, but I don't know if it'll count.
The thing is, I can see you. Okay, tell you what. It will affect something, but not the roll. And I know exactly how it's going to come into play, but it's not going to affect the roll because it's not directly related to what you're doing. So, yeah.
Social interactions, pleasant or otherwise.
Yeah, I think this counts.
Okay, cool.
Few things don't.
How many? Oh, here's something. So, I'm kind of improvising. This is not what I came here to do. Can I use my improvise skill to gain an asset? It's just you perform a task, you can improvise to gain an asset. I'm improvising.
Sure.
I just went
sure,
south,
yeah.
So
no,
I have to
this'll
spend
work.
for that, so that's an asset.
That'll.
God, this is not looking great, guys.
So right now it's down to a 4 if I...
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Well, 4. I've got 4. I don't have any rapport with her, do I? Like, she wouldn't... No, there's no way.
No.
Okay, so my free level of effort, I'll knock it down to a 3. I'm going to spend a level of effort. Okay, so here's a question. When I have an edge of 3. That buys when, do I still have to spend 3 for the first one? Is it 3 for the first one I buy, or does it knock down to 2 when you hit the second piece of effort you're buying?
No, it's 3 for the first one always.
Even if it's eaten by my edge?
Yeah, even if it's eaten by your edge, and then the next one is always going to be
always
2.
2.
Yeah.
Cool.
The next, any of the following will always be 2.
Cool, okay. So I'm going to spend to get... Should I spend again? No, that's probably okay.
So where are you at now?
I have done 6 or better, 2.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Oh, no, sorry. I have to also spend for my abilities that I've just done here. Okay. I don't think I have anything else that will help here. I don't have a power shift in this. No, I don't. Okay. Let's do it.
All right.
Too bad sensing emotions doesn't help. That would be great if it did.
It's one of those things that it will come into play situationally. It depends It depends on your role.
Okay, here we go. 16.
Okay.
Okay.
All
I
right.
want to know. So I've convinced her a reasonable action
Yeah.
is to tell me.
So,
So, this is going to be bad.
see now so I'll let it stand, but
Okay.
but it is very specific that the wording is a reasonable action, and
Yeah.
parting with this information isn't necessarily something she would consider a reasonable action.
Okay, so
but
then-
but I will let it stand in this case because
Okay.
it's going to. So she.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So the skill says, creature who isn't hostile towards you, you can convince them to take one reasonable action in the next round.
Mm-hmm.
So here's this might not happen at all. It cannot put them in danger or be wildly out of character. So if her telling me this would
Right.
be wildly out of character, then
Okay,
we
then-
don't take this action.
Yeah, then you're absolutely right. Then
Okay.
No, she.
Okay, so then I don't. Then Bina doesn't say that we're not going to try to do that.
Okay.
then.
Okay.
If this ability isn't going to work out, let me put my
Sure.
shit back up. Okay, so never mind. We continue. Sorry for
We'll
that
say
to be a
we'll
nothing
s-
action.
We'll say this. We'll say that you said what you said without spending any of the stuff for it.
Bina would just say that
yeah.
anyways.
And she
But
just
I want to know.
she just looks at you and says, "We all want something.
That's fair.
At the moment, I'd rather like to not blow up."
I'll take that.
She says, "I'll follow you." And that's yes.
I was just gonna have Bina rambling. So do you have a team or are they all warped? She's like looking around. This is a ship she's never been in, and now that she's not like, she's just able to walk through. She's like trying to take it in, and
All right.
she's just rambling at this
So-
woman who wants nothing to do with her.
We will cut to Mason as you are making your way through the tunnels once again. You see as there the inevitable looks up and says, "We have movement up ahead in one of those cross tunnels."
Let me tell you, when I was in the regulators, this feels like an exercise we did.
He nods and says, "Hold on a moment." He says, "No, I'm looking at this, and it does not appear that they are in any kind of particular formation. I've started to be able to determine by the movement patterns which groups are. This is not important. It looks like this may not be our adversarial force."
Number? Roughly?
About 18.
Does that number ring any bells to Mason? Is that like another group of ours, or is this just a random?
Yeah, no, it probably is. More than likely it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're heading to the rest of, or some of our party.
Good. It's about time. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Says, as you proceed, you finally come to the end of the maintenance tunnels. The place where you're supposed to exit to head back to the warehouse. And as you reach it, you can you open the hatch to the street level and looking out. Yeah, just sort of peeking out, and you can see immediately between you and the warehouse there is a landed hovercraft. That is just there. Engines still idling. There, you can see, even from your angle, you can see the pilot and co-pilot inside. Just sort of heads pointed together, like if they seem to be conversing, and if they weren't, it would be very easy for the one to just turn and look directly at you. But currently, head is turned away. You can see to either side down the street there are teams that appear to be moving. However, they all appear to be moving towards, like slowly sweeping the streets, but towards the hovercraft. You've seen maneuvers like this before with the regulators, and it's pretty easy for Mason to assume that they are finishing up their sweep right now and are currently, like, they're sweeping towards their exit, essentially.
Okay.
You're not sure how much longer it's going to take them, but what is very clear is that given that, there's no way you're going to make it across without being seen.
Then I will back up.
Mhm.
So, I think if we just wait here, we'll be in good shape. Hang low, stay quiet. Hopefully none of them come over here. It looks like they're finishing up their sweep.
Wait it out. Copy that.
Yes, wait it out.
It's at this moment where you hear a startled noise from the back of the group, and whirling around, you see a group of 4 individuals making their way towards you, and Peach, you are, as you're making your way through towards the end of the corridor, you see a whole group of people, probably about 50 or more, that are just clustered up like congesting the maintenance tunnel. And as you and your group make your way up onto them, a few of them in the back notice you and startle.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to scare you.
Mason, you hear Peach's voice saying that.
I run over and I give Peach a big old hug.
So good to know you're still alive.
You too.
Zaya says, your group seems to have multiplied.
Yeah, I guess I'm just playing the Team Papa.
Well, better than you than me. She looks at one of them and says, no offense.
Hey, now you guys are both the papas of the group.
I just pull out.
Has Abriel and crew? Abriel and crew joined with them?
Nope.
No, hasn't joined.
No, she's.
I couldn't remember.
You saw what is most likely her group.
That's what it was. Okay.
But that group moving on the display, like using the sensors, like the motion sensors that the Inevitable had pulled up, we're moving in a tunnel that was parallel to yours, but that didn't connect. Wire says, we blocked from the warehouse.
For the moment, they look like they're finishing up their sweep. So if we just wait, I think we should be good.
We don't have a lot of time.
We can't afford to run out in the open with that many.
No, I agree, but she just lets out an exasperated breath and just leans up against the wall of the tunnel. Just says, Zaya just says, don't mind her. She's never been one good at sitting around waiting for things to happen.
Yeah, this is pretty tense.
Mason, how long do you think until the sweep is done? How long would we have to wait?
How long does it seem? I don't want to.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say.
Wire, what's the status on the phone call? Maybe I can.
She's looking
work my little magic, get him to call him off.
She looks at her device, and says, I mean, I found the tracker, but these things usually have secondary backups or something like that. If this goes wrong, they'll know exactly which communicator we're using and how to find us. And then it's over.
Well, if you want, I can wait until we absolutely need to get out of here. So if they do come...
Yeah, here.
Out of here. But that might defeat the whole purpose. But...
She hands it to you and just says...
All right.
For use in case of emergency, I guess.
Yeah. Get out of jail. I wouldn't say free card because this would very much not be a free interaction, but could maybe save us in a pinch.
It's at this moment, Mason, that you notice that there is in fact a 5th individual and even a 6th following up these 4. One of the caretakers who currently has an unconscious body over their shoulder that is dressed fully in tactical gear.
Man.
They come over to you, Peach, and draw up level, and you can hear some thrumming and clicking and a little bit of whistling as they take the body of Vix and set him down on gently on the floor, where he just sort of is leaning up against the wall with a head sort of lolling to the side. and then just click a few times and whistle once.
Thanks.
I bow my head.
Yeah, without any other interaction, they just immediately swivel right around and start making their way just into the gloom of the tunnel.
Bye. It was nice meeting you.
You're really good at making friends. It's good.
Yeah,
thing.
I think that they kind of befriended me more than I really befriended them. But very nice. Very nice. I've never met a member of the caretakers before. Like that, at least.
You were very briefly sized up, I think, the first time we were in Sulan.
Yeah.
I kind of just like walk over to Vic, and I kind of just kneel down and look at him,
He's unarmed.
and I just, man, you've been a pain in my ass. Just to like the unconscious, sleeping.
Yeah. You know,
sleeping Vic.
Mason, you are not the first person who has said that to him. He's been unconscious when it's been said before too. It's really like it's not the first time.
Oh, I'll say it to him when he's conscious too.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I'm glad he's with us.
Yeah, I don't know if he's with us right now. I think I kind of short-circuited him a little bit.
I will. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm assuming you did something.
I think I might have messed with his conditioning a little.
Oh. Well, that can't be bad, right?
Yeah, I just hope it didn't like fry his brain or anything. I don't know how that works. I don't know how the interaction works.
And I don't either, but yeah, somehow I think you would know if you fried his brain.
Yeah, I think he'd be drooling a little bit more.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's drooling too much. Just about the normal amount of drool for someone sleeping.
Zaya says, I know this is going to sound weird coming from me, but do you think we could focus a little bit here?
Sorry. I don't really know what we can do besides wait.
Wire just shakes her head. She says, nothing, but at the very least we can stay alert just in case. We never know if they might try to check the hatch.
True.
Zaya looks over at you, Mason. She says, and just sort of pulls her pistol and just sort of.
I pull mine out, and is she beckoning me?
Yeah, she just sort of moves up towards the hatch and just kind of crouches down next to it.
I follow. Yeah. Yeah. When I looked out there, I described to her the scene.
Yeah, she nods. She says, "Sounds like a standard patrol sweep." She says, "Depending on how thorough they're doing their sweep, could be anywhere from 5 minutes to 20."
Could be. I don't know how prepared they are. They didn't seem very prepared. The ones in the tunnel that we dealt with down that way were most certainly not prepared. And in fact, I wasn't even prepared. We have
At that exact moment, you were interrupted as Peach. You can hear a crackling sound from the communicator in your pocket, and you just hear all units. We have a breach in the eastern part of the city. What kind of breach? Confirmed. I found it. Oh my God. What the hell are they doing? Why are they here? You said, cut the chatter. Explain. Report. And you just hear somebody saying, it's a bunch of those things. They're pouring through. I don't know. They're sure. We have positive warp contact. Confirmed. Moving to engage. Negative. Get your people out of there. Everything's confirmed. We're done here. We're pulling out. Sure. Acknowledged. And then the communicator just silent.
Was that allowed for everybody to hear?
Yeah.
Or just for me? Okay. So they're pulling out of the city. That means we can get out of here, right?
I hope so.
Wire
And
says,
we'll have to be fast.
it sounds like we have a different problem now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna go on to that second. Just looking on the bright side.
It's getting.
Maybe they're containing the breach?
I doubt it. It sounds like. It almost sounded like whatever they came here for, they got it. But she kind of looks around at the others at like the fully packed tunnel, just sort of looking around. She says, "But if they weren't after them or you," and that's where we're gonna cut over to Bina. Bina,
Wait a second.
you
Oh God,
You're
I'm
muted,
afraid.
Caitlin.
Bina's asking about the warp staff, like, why are they chill?
Yeah.
How did they do that? Are they gonna help me fix the warp core or whatever? Like, she's gonna she's asking questions. Do I get answers to any of them?
Nope. She's mostly just very alertly looking around, in spite of the fact that the security team that she brought with her is fanning out in front of you, clearing the various ways of egress. And before long, you do find yourself at the main engineering. It's huge and it's beautiful. Under different circumstances, Bina, you would have loved to have gotten your hands on this place and looking around, just sort of.
She does
poking.
probably feel a spike of that, like, Bina's like new engine. And then she's like, wait, no, we're serious.
It's pretty.
She probably felt that.
It's pretty quickly dampened by the fact that there are warped all over this place, and unlike the others, these immediately upon seeing movement just leap towards the security team, who all of whom begin like opening fire, like very very carefully. You can see these are professionals. They are precise with their shots. They are not firing wildly, and they seem to be keeping cool. It's over in just a matter of seconds. All of the warped are down, and you hear one of them report, all contacts eliminated.
Cool. So what's the difference between these guys and the ones in the control room?
Trethaway looks around and she just says, "My guess is that these were trying to keep us away from here."
Oh, was this sabotage? Is that what happened?
She shakes her head and says, "No, this was deliberate."
Ellis did this? Or someone else?
Like I said, hasn't exactly been a team player.
That's okay. Okay. Well,
And she looks around and says, "So, can you do something about this?"
yes. One favor. Could you lift the jamming signals? I have some people who might be able to help me, even if they're not here.
She looks around and says, "Secure the room." And the security team just fans out and starts like looking in corners and like peeking behind stuff. And
I know you probably won't believe me, but I am the only one on this ship.
she shakes her head and says, "Oh no, I believe you."
Looking around.
She says. She looks around and says. She reaches into to her vest and pulls out her communicator. She says, "If, as I assume, your people have found some way around our jamming, this should work." She takes it back from you and just says, "This is Director Trethaway. Calling out to the crew of Awakener. I've got someone here who wants to speak with you." And she clicks. "Peach, you hear this? Come over." And she hands you Bina the communicator.
Hi.
Bina?
Yep.
Why are you with her?
So I've made a new friend.
Okay, what do you need?
Oh, okay, so I'm trying to think. Who are you with? Who can I talk to?
Wire, Zaya, Professor, Mason, about 45 people that I don't know their expertise but are also here.
Is Mr. the Inevitable with you?
He looks up and he says, "Yes, I am present."
Oh,
Okay, Mr. the
I guess I didn't
Inevitable
even know.
and Wire. Can I get both of them on the phone? like to
he
use
steps
fun
over
friend.
he steps over to you, and Wire pushes off from the wall.
On speaker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you hear Wire's voice being in, just, everything okay? What's the status of the core?
So, I'm looking at a collapsing warp core. I think it's bad. It's not good. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna walk you through what I see, and I'm gonna appreciate any and all input. Because normally I have a team, but the ship is just full of warped, and they're not very helpful.
Bina, let's work through this.
Okay. And Bina will start to describe what she sees in the
All right.
the engine room.
Yeah, you look around, and you basically what you're seeing is essentially everything is intact. It looks like this was very, very clearly, deliberately done. There are, as you're looking around, you can see the specifics, the specific damage that has been done here. Basically, things set to overload.
Okay.
Power regulation has been thrown wildly out of balance, and it's basically creating a feedback loop that is just like building up containment pressure in the core. And it is at dangerous levels.
I love a challenge. I love that this is how getting Bina on the phone like this is how everyone except for Wire found out that Bina was on this ship.
Yeah, we kind of just assumed you were.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't know, but we just assumed.
So that's what I want to start performing diagnostics with my help.
Okay. Go ahead and I'm just going to have you make a quick intellect roll, the difficulty of which is going to be 5, but you do have an asset from Wire and Mr. the Inevitable.
Mr. the Inevitable. Mechanic.
Yes, that's going to help.
Do my eyes help? Because I'm visually assessing
Sorry,
the situation.
for clarity, you have one asset combined from Wire and...
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just check.
And my mechanic is 2. I'm specialized in mechanic. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure to clarify.
Do my eyeballs help me?
Yes, actually, because this is sort of an assessment situation. So yeah.
Cool. So with
No
a
roll?
level of effort, that's 7.
Okay. Yeah. You just you quickly look over everything, and as the Inevitable, he's just sort of going over a series of things as you are describing what you're seeing. It's kind of astounding, actually, as he is very quickly able to take what you're saying, just sort of a verbal description of what you're seeing, and start spouting out various possible solutions to this. And
I think Bina can be concise when it comes to like this stuff. Like she's good at this. So I think she's very clean cut and concise with this stuff.
And he says, "Have you checked the power regulation gauge?"
Have I?
It seems to be intact. Everything seems to be optimal there.
I describe it. I poke at it a little bit. I look at the inside. I don't know what it is.
All right, then if it's not the power regulation gauge, then it's going to be a core problem direct, probably an intake situation. You're going to need to go check I'm going to need you to check the FTL manifold.
Oh, okay. I go.
You kind of crawl over, and the interesting thing is, here's the thing that's really, really getting to you right now is the fact that this engineering deck is accessible as hell. Like usually you're having to like crawl between things and squeeze yourself
on
in.
Shit all the time.
Yeah, right now you're able to just like walk over and just open a panel. It is amazing.
This is such a pretty ship. Too bad it's a death machine right now.
As you're working,
Never had to defuse a ship before. This is a new one.
As you're working, you see out of the corner of your eye one of the security team members walk up to Trethaway, who's just kind of been standing there watching you work.
Can I what's my read on her while I've been working and talking to these guys? Has she
really,
just been like chill?
Pretty much, yeah. She's pretty much unchanged. There's a sort of spike of curiosity as she's watching you work, but otherwise.
But there's no just her general wariness, not like she's suspicious of me or having any
general wariness, yeah.
Bina just kind of has that effect on people.
And you're getting the impression from this woman that she is somebody who she's used to having situations under control, and often by willing them into being so. And this one she does not see as any different. But as you're working, you can see this one of the security members walk up to her and say, you can hear him. They're not trying to be quiet or anything like that. He just says to her, "Ma'am, we found him." She looks. She turns and looks at him and she says, "Where?" He's actually on the bridge. It's the only life sign that we found on the bridge. She nods and says, "Send your team, secure the access corridor, but don't approach him." He nods and says, "Yes, ma'am."
Bina goes, "Did you fly here with him, or did you show up later?" She's like
She says,
peeling into something, like looking at
"My team and I are, this is my boarding party. Like I said,
okay.
I came here for you. I wasn't on the
For me.
Silverfall. Not you, but the damage that you and your crew caused."
So Ellis made an army of well-behaved warped?
Looks that way.
Weird.
He's always had kind of an affinity for them, though. I've never really understood it. I asked him about it from time to time, but he was never exactly forthcoming. He liked his secrets.
Seems like the type. So I'm hoping that all of that went into my communicator as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really did.
I could see you just keeping that open. As
We're just listening in.
Yeah.
as you're crawling through that, like pulling through some of that stuff, Bina, you find the FTL manifold and you immediately see the problem, which is that essentially everything has. Normally, this kind of sabotage, if somebody wants to do this kind of damage, it's accomplished through just power settings, right? Like changing the directional flow of power. Making sure that various capacitors are having to work overtime and thus causing them to, in some cases, fail, and leading them to dump their load onto the backups, and then over time it will just create essentially a chain reaction that is devastating. But that's easy enough to fix by just changing the power settings back if you know what you're doing. It looks like whoever did what they didn't want it to be fixed because they did it through hardware.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's
what I'm good at.
It looks like basically things were fully rewired. Like you can actually even see the pretty sloppy soldering jobs that have been done here that look like they were done pretty quickly. This is whoever wanted this to happen, probably Ellis, didn't want it to be easy or even possible to reverse.
He fucked up that Rubik's Cube. All right, let's put this shit back
Okay.
together. It's nasty. This looks nasty, right? Like this is not going to
it's-
be easy.
No. In fact, I'll give you the difficulty of the roll right now.
It'll be like 9.
As a matter of fact, it is.
Gonna be 9.
Difficulty
Yeah.
9. I'll let you decide whether this is going to be an intellect or a speed.
Okay.
Could
I? No, that's fine. This is fine. I don't need to do it right now. I was gonna talk about a recovery roll, but I'm still okay. Okay. Is this open? Is this channel just like open, and like
Yep.
just anyone can get it? Cool, excellent. I love that. So.
Well, anyone with any like of the Silverbreak forces, basically.
Any Silverbreak goon.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just gonna. I wanted to talk to the ship, but
Actually, what probably would have happened is the initial this is probably what actually would have happened. The initial communication to like get their attention would have been like a broad spectrum kind of like open broadcast.
and then it.
And then once you found them and they responded, then you would have had to have switched to another frequency, because the other frequency it needs to be reserved for the teams to communicate to each other. So, yeah. So probably it's just
them.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. Well, I think Bina's going to very tensely, tersely tell everyone, it's gonna be fine. I can I can definitely do this. And she's not a good liar. This is, you know what? I think this is the first time I think you've ever heard Bina lie.
Yep.
I think it's pretty obvious, too.
And you would know. It is the first time you've ever heard Bina
All right,
lie.
I'm gonna
and you
pause
would
this.
know.
I'm gonna pause this for a second here, and say that it is currently 9:00.
Yeah.
And are y'all okay with continuing? I think we could probably wrap this in about another half an hour to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So, and I would very much like to not have to put this off another week.
Yeah, no, I'm good if you guys are.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
All right. Then we will continue. So.
Yeah.
Bina,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Let's see here. So, it's a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Am I still getting help from Mr. the Inevitable and Wire? Does their help give me an asset still?
I'm gonna
It's okay if
say
not. I just-
probably not, because at this point, you've sort of used them to the best of their ability at this point,
Yeah.
which is then the diagnosis.
And this is now my specialty.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just looking through my stuff, just in case. Okay. Does my perception task involving sight help me here? Because it's physical, it's
I'm gonna
not
say
tech,
it's
like
yes.
I can...
I'm gonna say yes, and
Okay.
there are yes. It's gonna help you find any sort of additional complications, because this really does look like it was just. This wasn't done by an expert, but it absolutely couldn't have been done better.
No, yeah.
So, but what that means is that there are things that were not particularly carefully done. So that's definitely going to help you in finding
Yes.
those.
Good. All right. So 3.
Mm-hmm.
Mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Free level of effort. How much is this gonna be? I'm gonna spend for 2.
Okay.
You can do this, Bina. Master mechanic.
I'm trying to see. I don't know if there's anything else I can do. I'm improvising.
I'm not sure
when
that's
you
gonna.
perform a test, no, I'm technically trained in this, so I can't use that.
Yeah.
Do I have any tools that help me here?
You did before, so I think you might now. Did you really just reduce it down all the way?
That's what from a 9?
Badass.
Nice. Level 9?
All right.
This
What
is
is that, an
this is the
impossible roll? What
only
is that?
thing she's good at. This is the only thing she can do.
You just.
I will fail every combat roll that's physical. I will fail every initiative roll. This is what I do.
You just reduced a difficulty 9 task down to nothing. And unless I'm much mistaken, it didn't even cost you that much.
4 points.
Yeah, some of which is probably eaten by your.
I had one free
Okay,
level of effort,
so yeah.
and then I spent
Okay, so-
2 levels of effort.
Okay. So,
And it technically, it's gonna take half the time because I used a tool.
yep.
Holy
So-
shit!
Oh my god.
Bina,
you don't even need to be worried.
You look at the inside of this thing, and it was clearly
Bina's
done.
scared shitless.
It was clearly done to make sure that it would be basically impossible to reverse or stop. But as you're looking at it, you're looking at the tangle of wires that have been fused together. Some of like some of the circuitry has also, you can see, has basically slagged in the process. This is impossible to repair. And it occurs to you as you have that thought, that sort of moment of despair, it occurs to you that, wait a minute, it's impossible to repair, but, and you reach up and you...
Did I start breaking shit?
No, not even.
Oh.
You just pull yourself entirely out of the little cubby that you're in, and you just, you look around, and sure enough, you find exactly what you're looking for. Looking around, you can see the various manual emergency releases for the core. As you look around, you're seeing them. It looks like it has a fail-safe system, which means they have to be done simultaneously. All 4 of them have to be done simultaneously as you're looking around. But as you're looking, you start thinking it through in your head, noting where they are, and you start thinking it through in your head, following through your initial thought, going, yeah, because then if it goes out, it's not drawing power from anything, which means that it'll probably just go inert, and honestly, it'll just probably power itself down. There might be an explosion, but it'll be nowhere near what it would be here on the ship getting the full range of power.
Bina is talking.
Yeah.
I think how this scene happens then is Bina underneath this thing, just like, if she could go pale, like, I think she would. She lies to her friends for the very first time. And I think she says something to the effect of, like, Awakener, if you can hear me. Sorry, I put myself in a dangerous situation. And then she kind of starts going through that and then has that, like, brain blast of, like, this, I think she, like, has a frustration of, like, this is unfixable. There's no way that I can fix this. There's nothing I can do. And then has that moment and starts, like, scrambling around and is like, you go, and, like, ordering people around is gonna get Tamsin involved and is like, go. He's, like, gonna push her over where she's not fully explaining, but just, like, over there.
Trethaway just looks at you, and, like, the security just sort of look at you and look to her, and she says, "What are you doing?"
Go.
And then they, like, she's like, "What are you doing? Go!" And they just, yes, ma'am. And they just start scattering out to each of the release switches. As you can see, you can basically, in that moment, you felt a surge of comprehension from her, and she looks at you and she says,
Bina's over the wall. She said, I can't fix it. And she's gonna say, on my mark, and is gonna count down and have everyone pull there.
All right. So as you count down,
wildly in her eyes, I can't fix it. I can't.
As you're looking around, you finish counting down and mark, and you, like, watch as everybody pulls their switches simultaneously, and you see the actual core, the blast shield just sort of goes and closes over it, and you can hear and feel the depressurization on the other side of the blast shield as the core. You can hear the clunk clunk of the manual releases taking effect, as the core is just jettisoned out into space.
Everyone in this room feels Bina's, like, hysterical, like, there's not even, like, a word for the emotion. It's just the hysterical, like, giddy, wild feeling she has right now. Everyone in this room can feel her.
Trethaway stands there for a moment, just looking direct, like, at the closed blast shield. She looks back to you and she says, "I think you just did fix it." She looks around at the team.
Is there, like, a view screen anywhere that I can?
You
click on to
could
see
pull
outside?
up. Yeah, you could pull up.
Well, yeah, immediately. I've ignored her for after she says that. If she's about to see something, I ignore her and I go to a view screen and I.
Yeah, you go to the view
wanna
screen.
see.
She turns to the security team and she says, "Go reinforce the other teams. You stay here." And, like, basically the rest, like, the entire security team except for one, exit the engineering bay. As she looks over your shoulder at the view screen, you pull up the exterior display and you see the core just drifting away, still just sort of like warning lights flashing on it still, but you can see that it is significantly diminished in the brightness of the core. As it's slowly continuing to do so, you watch for a second, it just suddenly crumples in on itself, like into nothing, and then there's just this burst. No fire, not a fiery explosion, just a burst where you can see that it's almost like a seismic wave that just goes out from the thing, and as it does, you can see as that wave makes contact with the ship and shakes it. You can feel the ship rattling, and then it's over.
Bina reaches out with one of her hands and like downloads the recording of that into her terminal. I gotta show everybody later.
And she says,
Screen recorded.
"Well, if you're finished."
Yeah.
And she says, "The invitation stands if you want to help with Ellis, but if not, like I said, I have what I want.
Well,
You and your people are free to go."
cool. Not my call solo. But
Decision's
is there a way
yours.
we can contact you?
Just, I'm sure you'll find a way. And without another word, she and the other security officer just leave.
Do I still have her terminal? Do I still have her like
The
phone
communicator?
thing?
She probably would have
Did
taken
she
that.
take
She
it
probably
back?
would have.
Okay, I was like, okay. Well, I can't call you if I have your phone.
Yeah.
No, but okay. So I'm just in this ship by myself. I want to go into the database. I want to see if he had anything in this ship that would detail what he was doing, where he was going. Like,
Okay.
just plan anything, any personal logs, anything. I want to see if I can find in here.
Okay.
So wait, so I'm cut off from the rest of my group now because she took the terminal. Okay, cool. So excellent. Okay, yeah, I want to look.
Okay. While you're doing that, we're gonna cut back to everybody else. As you, Mason, you start hearing footsteps on the other side of the door, and you hear somebody say, "All right, over here. We just got this one last one." And you also hear the crackling of a communicator that's saying, "All units, return to the ship." And there's a pause, and you just start hearing various confirmations come through over the communicator, and then you hear right outside the door, just acknowledged, heading back. As you and Zaya both tensed with your weapons just there, look at each other. And Zaya's face just goes.
Let's call.
About a minute or so that goes by, you hear the unmistakable sound of the hovercraft's engines beginning to rev up and suddenly start rapidly moving further and further away until finally you can't even hear it anymore. Wire says, "Okay, let's get to the ships."
Yeah.
What did they find here?
We can't worry
That's
about
what
that
I'm
right
afraid
now.
of.
We can't worry about that right now. We just have to this is what we need to worry about right here. We don't want them changing their minds and coming back. For all we know, this could just be a ruse to get us out in the open. We need to go now.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. I want to try to do something. I need to read the ability really quick. Sorry, keep going then.
Okay.
I'm
I'm cutting back over to Bina for a bit. As your group, they exit the maintenance tunnels as Mason and Zaya lead them out into the street, rushing over towards the down the street towards the warehouse. We cut back over to Bina as you are looking through some of the files, whatever you can get your hands on, basically.
I'm just downloading shit into my terminal if
Yeah.
it seems like it might be relevant.
One of the things that's interesting to you here is that there's surprisingly little. Like,
Yeah.
there's stuff, and you're finding some interesting things. Definitely some things that probably Silverbreak wouldn't want you to have. But
She's probably not reading it very closely.
Yeah.
She's just like, "Ugh, this seems classified."
there is a point, however, where you find that there is a communication that does kind of stand out to you. Communication that came in a day ago. It is a communication from Trethaway herself. That the thing that stands out to you about it is that it was not a communication to this ship. It was intercepted. by this ship. You see Trethaway's face looking at the screen, and she goes, "No, we didn't manage to apprehend the crew of our ship. However, we managed to capture some of their cohorts. They're currently being held on my ship." You hear another voice, a man's voice that just says, "Pursue them. We have some plans in motion. Their movements are being tracked. See if you can't acquire the package. I don't think I have to inform you about how important this is to our efforts." No, you don't. I'll get it done. See that you do. And make sure that Ellis doesn't catch wind of this.
Good job.
He has become inconvenient and must be removed. She nods, says, "Understood." The communication ends. The thing that sticks out to you about that is the part about captured cohorts.
Yeah. Did it sound like Ellis's goons? Like people related to Ellis?
No, they were talking about you.
Us.
Like Becker. Maybe.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna take that one too.
Okay.
I think Bina has a lot of has the high emotion energy feeling where she's like probably still shaking from because of too much adrenaline. And I think that's making her skittish as well. So she's probably gonna not gonna looking where I want to get out.
Okay.
Of here.
You head for the exit to engineering.
Wait. I'm gonna take a recovery roll.
Okay. You head for the exit to engineering and begin retracing your steps through the corridors to head back to where you left your transport. And as you do, you start feeling something.
Okay.
Emotion, but it's like it's coming from extremely far away. Like it's like a sound that you can barely hear, but it's getting louder and louder and louder until it feels like it's bearing down on you right away. And that's where we're gonna cut back to Peach.
I feeling this very large sense of dread and hearing that what is it, Trethaway kind of talked about she got what she wanted and knowing what they've been after historically. I want to use distance viewing to see inside of Awakener and make sure Alma is there.
Okay. You do so. You are looking inside.
Yeah, it's just a spend.
Yeah, you were looking inside the very familiar interior of Awakener. You see, your view is almost like over Alma's shoulder, as she's sitting at a table, in the galley. It's kind of strange because you're not sure why she'd be there during this. Because even if she had finished preparations for the ship, she would want to be where she could do the most good. And as your view of her comes closer and closer, you get a peek around, and you can see that she is, her eyes are closed, her head is back, leaning back, and she seems to be fully unconscious, sitting in that chair. We're going to cut back to Bina in that moment. Bina, as you are standing there, you're feeling this emotion growing, bearing down on you, this fierce determination and anguish, and suddenly...
Does it feel like a hive mind?
No. Not at all.
Okay.
It feels strange, like it's being funneled directly to you, like directly at you, like it's being concentrated on your location. And
Is it familiar?
actually, now that you think of it, it does feel familiar. And before you can actually, just at the same moment that you are thinking the name, you see a portal just sort of in front of you. And Becker tumbles through. As he just like tumbles through the portal, as he just rolls onto the ground, just in a full tumble and lands in a heap. And he picks himself up as the portal closes. He says,
Long time no see.
he tries to stand up and sways and then just falls. He says,
I can't catch him. I'm too weak.
yeah, he says,
All forearms, shoulders, like
he looks at you and
elbows.
says, because blinking at you, he says, Bina,
Hey, yeah.
sorry. They had me drugged up really good.
Oh, wow. Can I help? Can I help?
Maybe. He says,
Can I clear him up at all?
don't worry about me. I'll get through it. He's the one you need to pay attention to.
Who is it?
As you look over, you see it wasn't just Becker who came through the portal. You can also see Jade, who is fully unconscious on the floor on the deck. As he just says,
What?
whatever they hit me
What?
with, it hit him much stronger.
No, okay. I gotta get him up and awake. Is he unconscious? He's unconscious.
He's vaguely conscious, like his
Okay,
eyes are
but
fluttering, and he's sort of looking
Where
at
did you come from?
Becker says, too far away. It's the farthest I've ever made a portal.
Okay, but like where? Who was there? Where were you?
On their ship.
Why was Jade on their ship?
They captured us. They captured us back at their ship.
What?
Yeah, they hit us with we didn't know. We didn't even see them coming. They were just there on top of us. We didn't stand a chance.
Becker, what day is it?
Says, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Becker, what day? What day do you think it is?
I don't know. I mean, they've had us drugged up for a while. I guess only about maybe a day, 3 or more, 3 at most.
Okay. Huh.
He says,
Oh, who's on our ship? Who?
that's the point where we're gonna cut back to Peach, having seen what you just saw. You just sort of shake out of it and you look around. Mason, you're seeing Peach's reaction here as you're moving across the street, sort of standing cover at the corner of one of the buildings, looking down the street, making sure that nobody is between you and the warehouse. You glance over and do kind of a double take as you see Peach's expression.
What?
Someone got onto our ship. Silverbreak has been on our ship. Alma is in danger. We need to get there this second.
Is the ship kind of where we're heading
Yeah,
to?
it's
So-
at the warehouse where you're heading. Yeah, both ships are there.
Hurry up, folks.
All right, you're in a full-on sprint now, and as you go, you actually, as you're coming around the corner of this warehouse, you run headlong into Abriel's group.
Yes.
As she comes around the corner and says, "Oh, good, there you are. We've been holed up in this place ever since they landed." She says,
No time to talk. Keep running. Keep going.
"Oh, good. Regular day, I guess." And she just follows everybody. As you're making your way towards the warehouse, you actually see that additionally, just reaching the warehouse ahead of you, is Ari's group, as they're just ahead of you, reaching the warehouse. You see as she looks over and looks in surprise and waves. But it's at that moment, Mason, that you hear a sound, this clunking, clattering sound, and you immediately look up to the roof of the warehouse to see the roof literally just opening up. And as that's happening, you are seeing Awakener rise up out of the warehouse. From this distance, you can't see the helm, you can't see the cockpit because it's facing away from you, but you watch as Awakener takes off. And
that's I really wanted to try to do something, because I know what's going on in the ship, and I know this is a kind of a long shot, but I know I can put people to sleep. Is there any way I could stir Alma from unconsciousness? to get her to like take back control of the ship at all? Like
she's way too far away to do that. That's the kind of thing that it's you'd need to be pretty close to her to do it.
Okay.
As you're looking up,
how close are we? Aren't we up to the warehouse?
not quite.
now?
You're still up the street from the warehouse. Like, you're looking ahead of you. Ari's group is the only one who has actually made it to the warehouse itself. As you are rushing down the street, it hangs in the air above the warehouse for a second, orienting itself. And then you watch as Awakener takes off over the city and towards one of the exit shafts.
Alma.
So, who did we leave on the ship? Jade, Alma, and Sedona on the ship?
Sedona wasn't on the ship.
Where was
It
Sedona?
was just.
Sedona.
I think it was just.
Sedona
Alma.
was leading a group, was helping Ari lead a group.
Oh, okay, I can't remember who else was on the ship. Fuck. And Olam and Patch were in they were trying to break into the command center.
Wire looks around. She says, "We can't stop. Come on. There's still at least one more ship in there.
All right, let's go.
We've got to get these people going." She looks directly at you, Peach. She says, "There's nothing we can do."
At least maybe I can still track them.
She says, "Peach." And she looks over her shoulder at all the people who are now making their way towards the warehouse. She says,
Yeah, we're going.
we're going to cut back to Bina. As between you and Becker, you've managed to support Jade all the way down to the the conference room where you left your vehicle. And he's just sort of leaning, like head lolling towards you. He says, "Bina,
Hi, buddy.
I feel fuzzy."
I know. Can I get in this? Can I clear him up at all? Like, can I help
Probably
in
not.
any way? Just like support. I don't
Yeah,
think
I mean,
can
you're
help
just
with
kind of
emotions here.
just kind of
Like-
helping him. He's just saying, "I'm sorry. They came.
No.
I didn't see them."
You did so good. It's okay.
Okay.
You're gonna be okay.
Okay.
You're gonna be just fine.
Mm-hmm.
I basically, I think I can't. Woo, sorry, just dropped my dice. I can't. Like, I'm not gonna be able to clear up the fuzziness, but I at least want to make sure that he's not like. I don't want him to get scared, because I want to tell Becker what happened.
Yeah.
Why?
You're getting the impression he is barely perceiving anything.
That's
He is
okay.
just in a full.
Okay.
Yeah. As the three of you, you and Becker lowering Jade into the craft, you all kind of have to squeeze in a little bit.
I have to get back to Awakener. I don't know who's. I think she's hopefully filled Becker in on. We've had Jade. We thought we had Jade. We thought we've had for how long has it been since the
It's been a couple of days. It's been
for-
it's been probably close to including travel
week?
time. It's been probably close to a week. Yeah.
For a week. We've had someone else on our ship, and then we really love stragglers, but that someone.
He says, "Bina, I know this is really important, and I am
fine, I'm
taking it
fine.
in. I promise. But whatever they
We don't
gave
have
me, I'm not
communications.
over it yet.
I'm flying. Like, yeah, Bina's like just fucking like.
I'm sure.
out.
He's just like, I'm sure whatever you're saying to me is gonna hit really hard later, but right
Yeah,
now it's.
I'm sure it will. I want to go. I also want to get a good look down at the caretakers. Are they still?
Yeah, they're still moving about. They seem to have now started working on the ship's hull and are now like literally taking pieces of it. They're taking it apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want it out of the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I'm fucking full tilt.
Yeah, you
back down through that thing.
Yeah. You zoom across the surface of the asteroid and like basically going back the exact way you came. And as you're making your way towards the shaft, you get there just in time to see a very familiar ship, Awakener, shoot out of the exit shaft and off into space.
I kind of I look to like Becker and Jade, and they're not coherent enough for Bina to have a breakdown in this ship. So she's gonna try to hold it together because rationally, she knows they probably wouldn't have left without them. So that means worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So she's gonna go down
Okay.
and back in because she can't chase that ship in this.
We're gonna cut back to Mason and Peach as the two of you, along with Zaya, lead the way into the warehouse. It is significantly emptier than the last time that you were here, with Awakener gone. The roof section is still pulled back. Wire's vessel is still present. It's still there. And you're not seeing any sign of movement here. Zaya just sort of looks around and says, I'm going to check the ship just to make sure they didn't leave any surprises behind for us.
I'll look with you.
The two of you head off. In the meantime, Wire says, as they leave, Wire turns to you, Peach, and she says, we can't wait. We have to get them on the ship. I know it's a risk, but we don't have a choice. It's that or... Oh, good. She cuts off and looks over your shoulder. As you see, coming from one of the other, like the smaller sort of side entrance to the warehouse, you can see Olam and Patch running full tilt towards you. As Olam stops in front of you and bends over double, he says, shaft unlocked. Lockdown done. Warped. They're everywhere.
Oh. Good job, Olin.
Patch just looks at you and says, yes, the creatures known as the Warped are swarming. They are steps behind us.
Guess we better get out of here then.
That would be advisable. And Olin goes, yeah.
Bina gets your phone.
Yeah, we have no communications. Love that for us.
Olam just, like, literally, he lifts himself, like, he hovers off the ground and just flies the rest of the way to the ship.
Where's the professor at this point with the artifact?
He's still with you. Yeah, he's still kind of standing near where you are.
Wire, I think we might need to lift the containment on this thing for a second so that we can tell Bina.
Are you crazy? We don't know what that's gonna do. There's warped all over this place. What?
Okay. It said that it could help, and it's probably a trap. It's probably a trap. We don't have to.
Look, if you think you can.
I kind of look up to where the ship used to be.
She follows your gaze and then looks back at you and just says, okay. She walks over to the containment. The professor says, wait, but no, what are you doing? She just yanks the power source, just yanks it off. And she takes it and just tosses it over her shoulder. And just doesn't look back and just makes for the ship.
Wire, bring the people on there, and I want to make sure that all of the people are getting shepherded up onto the ship as I am like doing this, because I don't want them like in immediate range of this.
Okay. Yeah, you wait as they all very eagerly board the vessel. Mason, you and Zaya do a sweep. I'm gonna have you make a roll. I am gonna have you make a roll here, to do a sweep of the ship. It's gonna be probably an intellect roll, the difficulty of which is... I'm going to put the difficulty at 4.
Okay. Can I use solve mystery, my looking for clues or anything that could
You also have a perception.
and
training?
Let's just use that, actually.
Okay.
I mean, if you
easiest right
if
now.
you have both. I mean, if you use both,
Let's
if you
use
have both.
I'll use perception. I'll spend some intellect
Okay.
as well.
All right.
So first, bring it down to 1 with the perception task,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll spend some intellect also.
Yeah. Also, following you pretty closely this whole time, like never really fully leaving your side, Bowen in his like full-on like hulked out beast form is
Still-
just
oh my
yeah,
gosh.
He's still like
he still is.
He doesn't know how to not.
And as you're
Oh,
walking
my
around, yeah.
the adrenaline.
Zaya just sort of like looks at you and she said, and then kind of glances back and looks back at you. She says, so
Yes. I hope he stays that way. Less annoying.
you just hear a from behind you, and but continue as you continue sweeping the ship.
I'll spend a intellect, a single intellect.
All right. Cool. So that brings you down to from a 4 down. You're now. Is that a 2?
I think a 2.
2. Okay. Sounds
I want
good.
to live dangerously.
All right. All right. Go ahead and roll. You just need a 6 or better.
Not too dangerous. Oh, 12.
Okay. You and Zaya begin sweeping the ship, looking for any of the signs of sabotage that you have been trained to look for with the regulators. Just doing a full-on fore to aft sweep. At a certain point, you become aware that Bowen is actually. You can hear like sort of a snuffling sound next to you, and as you turn, he looks at you and says, "I smell nothing." He's just sort of looking around and says, "I don't think they were here."
Oh.
And as you finish your sweep, you and Zaya, you meet back up in the center of the ship. She says, "Didn't find anything. You?"
Nope. Clear.
All right, let's hope they were in too much of a hurry to make life difficult for us. Well, more difficult for us.
Yeah. Exactly.
And as she calls up to, she runs up to the cockpit and she calls out, "Wire, looks like we're clear." Wire nods. You reaching up to the getting back up to the cockpit, you see Wire is like fiddling with something. As she's also bringing the ship online, but she's like fiddling with something. You can actually see that the panel is like a control panel is fully ripped up off of the console, and she's just like messing with shit. You, Mason, note that she is currently patching a rectangular device into the console, and she says, "Okay, that should do it." Okay. She pulls up her terminal and says, "We have text-based communication back."
Good.
And she, at this point, we'll cut back to Bina for a second as Wire, you receive a message from Wire that says, "It's time to go, ETA."
How far? Yeah, how far out am I?
At this point, you're just entering the shaft that leads towards Sulan proper.
Did she mention the warped at all in that message?
Nope, she just says, "Gotta go."
Yeah. So I think Bina will just say momentarily. She's not one word message. That's all she's got.
Okay.
Ed is white knuckling
Okay.
the controls.
All right. Yeah, you zoom through here. It is significantly less populated by Silverbreak security than when you left, or at least stationary ones, because what you're seeing now is hovercraft that are just exiting. Like you can see like a full procession of them that are just exiting and going the opposite direction of you. None of them.
Bina's putting things together.
Yeah, none of them are actually attempting to stop you. None of them seem to be paying you any mind whatsoever. However, as you make your way into like out of the shaft and into Sulan proper, you're looking around and you start to see down some of the side streets. Glancing down, you can see Warped running in between buildings as you're passing streets. And they all seem to be converging, heading the same direction that you are. Becker, seemingly coming in more to himself, just says, "That doesn't look like it's good."
Oh.
He says, "All right, we better get going."
Bina fucking kicks
Yeah.
it like maximum, just deadpan, like
Yeah.
no expression. Just she's probably visibly shaking, like just like kicks this thing faster than it's supposed to go, and it's probably gonna make a pretty harsh landing in this hangar.
Yeah. You're going pretty slowly, but
But for this thing,
yeah,
like,
for this thing, it's as
she's pushing
yeah,
it.
it's as
It's
fast
like,
as it is.
It's rattling. This thing is not meant to go as fast as she's making it go.
You note that you're probably not gonna beat the Warped there, and as you're making your way in that direction, it becomes more and more clear that they are converging on the warehouse.
All right. Bina pulls up the. Do we have audio at all, or
No.
is it still just text?
It's still text.
She's gonna say change of plans. Get out. I have Yeah, no, just change of plans. Get out now.
Becker just sort of looks at you. He says, maybe I... Okay,
Can you?
hold on. And he like holds out his hand, and you watch as a portal just sort of in the trajectory of the vehicle just sort of as you fly through it, and you find yourself probably another like 150 feet or so ahead of where you were, just instantaneously. He says, I think I've got maybe one or two of those left in me.
Can we beat them with it, or are you just gonna overexert yourself for no reason?
Probably not. He says, I'll hold on to some of them just in case.
Just wait. Just wait. Bina's gonna, we have a bay. Is there a docking bay on
There's a
Wire's ship?
Wire's ship is essentially mostly hold.
Could I get into it when both vehicles were in motion and in the air?
It'd be a tough maneuver.
I'm a
but
good pilot.
Yeah. If anybody could do it, it's Bina.
Yeah, Bina's just gonna say get airborne.
Okay.
That's the message. Instead of change of plans, get. Yeah, she's just gonna say change of plans,
Okay.
get airborne.
So
Incoming.
Peach, we'll cut back to you as the last of the survivors have made their way back onto Wire's ship, and you are standing alone with Patch, who hasn't moved since they arrived.
Patch, can you do me a favor? And if I stand here like an idiot and there are a ton of warp swarming us, can you grab me and take me up into the ship?
I shall pull you to safety.
Thank you. Means a lot. And I'm gonna go ahead and kind of surrender to the whispers, and I want to, with my very powerful will, I want to kind of, they said they could help, and I want to kind of follow the whispers and just say, what I need right now is help bringing a friend home. Your voices are everywhere. Show me how to do that. Show me how to get her back. And I'm going to attempt to, like, I don't know, tap into this artifact to... I don't even know what I'm asking. I'm literally just pleading to the artifact at this point. Like, they said they could help, and I want to see what the artifact will do.
Okay. So, oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. You feel yourself much less gradually than it usually happens, just fully pulled into the artifact. You're standing once again in that fully dark space. Nothing but wisps of fog passing by you. Shadowy forms around you. But this time, as soon as you take notice of them, they stop. And all of them turn towards you. You can hear that whispering coming from everywhere and nowhere, even maybe from you, and you're not sure what that means, but it's not really why you're here, and so you focus, and then you see that same figure step from the shadows. So he looks at you and smiles, and he says, "You came back."
You said you could help.
No. I said it would help you. Not me.
That. What's his tone there? What's the intent? Can I get a read?
You...
Creepy is all I get. I'm trying to decide if I want to snap pull out of this or not. Like, that's kind of my reaction. That's kind of what I'm trying to gauge, if, like, this has immediately become a very unsafe situation.
I'll actually give you this one for free, because he's not trying to hide anything. If anything, you see that his body language is one where it's cautious, but in a way that suggests that he's more concerned about you than himself. So he sort of hesitantly reaches out, and he says, "I've seen you do it before. And it can't help you do what you want it to do, but it can help you right now. It can help us."
Do what?
Survive. Live to fight another day.
Will doing this turn me into one of those things?
He smiles and says, "No. You, the others like us, we never have to worry about that." And he once again reaches his hand out towards you.
Yeah. Out of character, what is he asking me to do exactly?
He hasn't asked you to do anything.
Take his
I know,
hand.
but
He said take your...
I know, but he referred to, I've seen you do it before. Like, what does that help me figure out who this? No, okay, it won't help me. No,
And you're getting you're getting a better look at him, and that sense of familiarity is it's nagging at you. And as you look closely at him, you see the corner of his mouth twitches just slightly as he reaches up and adjusts his glasses. And he just says, "You've trusted me before. This is just one more time."
Well, not one to turn away from challenge. And I am going to take his hand.
Okay. You feel his hand, and it kind of
doesn't feel hostile.
The sort of gnarled fingers, wrinkled with age, close around your hand. And as soon as that happens, you see he smiles and nods, and then you're suddenly... It's probably better to take this from the outside perspective. From the perspective of Patch standing there watching you, you stand quietly, eyes closed, for several seconds. Mason, I'll say that you looking from the bridge, looking down, Wire's leaning forward, and she says, "The hell is she doing? Why isn't she on board yet?" And Mason, you're looking down over, and the inevitable is behind you, and he just says, "We have what I would conservatively describe as a shitload of company." And he pulls up his motion sensors, which apparently seem to still be working here. It turns out they actually are citywide. But as you're seeing it, you can see dozens of dots that are now converging on the warehouse. He says, "I take it this is not a good sign?"
No.
Wire says, "We can't stay here. We've got to go." And at that moment, Mason, as you look back over to where Peach is, you see as she looks up suddenly, and as her eyes open, you can see that they are glowing bright green. As she turns and looks towards the exterior wall, the wall that I will note, looking at the scans that the Inevitable showed you, has the thickest concentration of what is probably warped outside of it. Peach turns directly towards it. Peach, standing where you're standing, you are seeing the world differently. You are not It's not so much seeing as it is just awareness, an awareness that you've never had before, because you can feel every single one of those warped that are surrounding the warehouse. Not only them, but you can feel every single individual that you rescued in the belly of the ship behind you. You can feel Mason very clearly. You feel Zaya. And distantly you feel Bina and Becker. And weirdly it doesn't... You're actually surprised that you're not surprised that you're feeling Becker. It's like you always knew that he was there, but just didn't see it. And suddenly you realize that you're not just feeling them, you're feeling the other warped on board the Silverfall. You're feeling Alma. You feel somebody else on the Awakener, now fully far away, having jumped to FTL. But more than that, you feel them everywhere. The whole galaxy. Even the parts of it that haven't been explored, you know. You can feel them all. The people like you, the people touched by this thing, they're all there. They've always been there. And as you turn toward the warped, focusing once again where you are, you just look at them, almost like you're seeing them through the wall between you and them. What do you want to do?
Can I still feel them? I want to... Feeling very, very strange. I basically want... I want to try to get them away from here. And basically, I want to use impart ideal. And I know I can only do that on one of them, but I'm hoping in this state I can do it on...
The moment the thought enters your mind, you know that you can get them all. Not just the warped, you could get everyone.
Everyone?
Everyone. But the thing that you also know, you know that this is... The awareness is on you that this is very much a one-time thing.
Yeah. Can I feel Alma still?
Vaguely, but she's far.
Can I feel the people on that ship?
On this ship that's here?
No, on... Can I feel the person in charge? Trelon...
Trethaway?
Can I feel her on...
No.
Okay.
You feel a surge of apprehension from Bina, as suddenly it's like you're seeing through Bina's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You are in that cockpit of that vehicle with her, and you see as the warped have started throwing themselves at that transport, throwing themselves at her in front of her, and they are piling onto it. The vehicle is starting to slow.
Okay.
You hear Becker's voice, and suddenly you're seeing through his eyes as well as he looks to Bina, and he says, I can get us out, but they're coming with us.
Hearing the struggle, kind of without even fully processing what it could mean, feeling all of these warped, I am going to impart the ideal to basically every warped I can feel, whether that's on Sulan, however many I can feel across the galaxy. I don't know if I can feel them other places. I want to give them the ideal. My existence is unnatural. And it needs to be destroyed. And I want them all to be wiped out, if possible. Or I want to have that order themselves. I don't know if they will. I don't know if that'll just short circuit them. That's
Okay.
the first thing that she would go for, because they're monsters
Yeah.
in that moment.
Bina, from your perspective, as you see these warps, the closer you get to the warehouse, the more they are just piling on top of you. Some of them have started to take notice of the hovercraft and have jumped onto it, and are like, you can see one of them that's fully on the windshield, just like scrabbling at it, trying to get at you and Becker and Jate inside. They keep jumping, piling on, and pretty soon you're starting to see like the vehicle isn't going to be able to take much more of this. It's going to slow down, and then you're going to be screwed. As Becker looks, he says, I can get us out, but they're coming with us. And he says,
Bina's like, just come on, get airborne, let's go.
and just as you are starting to see the engine whining in protest, you see as one of the warped, who's like reaching up a hand to like slam into the windshield, just stops and just like stops dead and just falls, like fully like tumbles up over and beyond your view. And then another one does that, and the other, you start feeling yourself sort of slightly sort of bumping as you're basically correcting as they're going over, flying past you, basically fully releasing the craft. And as you look in the rear view, you can see that they're just lying in the street, motionless.
I don't know if I like that.
Becker says, "No time. Let's go. Process it later." Mason.
So I just want to say, what I'm hoping here is that we can get Awakener. We can get the nameless ship up and just above us, so Becker could get us up and in.
Okay.
But because we're not going to get there fast. To Bina's knowledge, they're still warped there, so she's like waiting for them to get to us.
So, Mason, you're watching Peach, and trying to see what the hell she's doing, and you just hear the inevitable go, well, that's strange. All the motion sensors just suddenly stopped. Zaya goes, they left? No, they just stopped. And at that moment, Mason, you're watching Peach, and you see as the glow dissipates, and she just collapses. Patch catches her.
Okay.
And Peach, you slump, like a sudden wave of exhaustion going through you. You fully black out, and the next thing, as you come to Pat, you're looking up at Patch, who has you basically held to their chest, and looking down at you and saying, I shall pull you to safety.
Thanks, buddy.
You can see, Mason, you watch as Patch, partially carrying, partially supporting Peach, makes their way over towards the cart and just pulls the cart along with the other hand, just sort of moving up into the ship. And Zaya looks at you, Mason, and she says, okay, and she like rushes back towards the boarding ramp.
I rush down as well.
Yeah. You see as Patch is pulling Peach aboard and closes the boarding ramp. And Zaya just goes, so you hear Wire's voicing, communications are back, what's going on? And Zaya says, everybody's on board, we're good to go. The ship immediately takes off, like literally she does not wait. The ship just takes off, and starts its way towards Bina. Just Zaya says, doing a little pickup. Bina, you see it. You see the ship coming towards you rapidly. Becker looks at you and says,
Can you get us up, or do we need to drive in?
I've never done 2 portals that quickly in succession before, but I can try.
I can have him drop the back and we can
There's no time.
drive in.
Come on. And he goes, he holds out his hands.
I think Bina's gonna get like back. I think can we get all 3 of us in like the back seat, and could I think if we could get the portal under us, so we all just
Yep.
just land. Okay,
pretty much.
cool.
So you feel yourself falling, and suddenly you are falling through the air into in the open space.
I'm hoping I'm holding Jade.
Yeah.
I don't want him to ragdoll.
The three of you are falling through the air, open space above the city. As you're falling, suddenly there's a heart-stopping moment as you feel that you're going to slam into the ground below before another portal opens up immediately under you, and you fall through it, and spill out into the hold of the nameless vessel. The two of you see this trio collapse on the deck. And Zaya just says, "Wire, you better punch it. Everybody's on board, Bina included. Let's go." Wire acknowledges that over the comms, and you feel the ship just fully accelerate.
Bina's immediately getting up, and whoever is nearby is just grabbing. And where is she? And is grabbing like anyone, forearms, anybody nearby. So I'm assuming you two and anyone else who's in the hold. Alma?
I don't think Mason can actually make eye contact.
I think, am I still in like Patch's arms?
Yeah, you're still being
At this
supported. Like you feel pretty weak, but you can
Yeah.
support yourself. You're just sort of using Patch to steady yourself.
You know, she's not here.
No. No, and she's gonna start like trying to I'm sure the hold is probably full of people. She's clearly trying to get to the cockpit,
Yep.
which is someone else is already flying, but just I think everyone is like hit with just this wave of like overwhelming grief, just rolls off of her, and she's just shaking her head and trying to move past everyone to get to the front of the ship.
We'll get her back.
All right.
And I'm probably just like literally about to pass out.
So I'm gonna take this opportunity to jump us to our very last scene. It has been a couple of hours since leaving Sulan. The ship made it to FTL. Shakily, but it made it. You all have had some time where the initial shock of everything that happened sunk in, and having sort of shared a little bit of what happened to each of you, what each of you learned over the course of this. And the grief is settling in. But basically, you reach a point where it's just all of you, Olam, Patch, Zaya, and Wire, the professor, and Becker and Jade, and Sedona. Sedona, who is currently holding Jade to her, as he he's better, but he's definitely still coming down off of whatever it was that they gave him. As in the same room, Abriel and her sister are just sort of seated on one of the benches, just sort of holding hands, as you guys all kind of finish up explaining everything that happened, telling your parts of everything. And Wire lets the silence sit for a moment. She says, I don't mean to pile more bad news onto the stacked pile. But I got, just before I left, I did get another transmission. Not a transmission, but a ping on my events algorithm that I have always searching. It looks like we didn't learn the information about Silverbreak's conduit soon enough. Turns out I don't know exactly what happened, as reports are still coming in, but one thing is clear, and that's about 2 hours ago, about 3 hours ago, the Ascendancy declared war on the Commonwealth. I wish I was telling you something else.
It's always something.
Right now, I think I'm just going to focus on getting us. There's no reason the plan has to change.
The plan doesn't change.
I'll get us to safety, somewhere where we can stop, we can regroup, and we can think. We'll figure this out. She turns away and just starts, just without another word, exiting the room. Zaya stands in front of her just for a second, puts a hand on her shoulder as she's passing her by, and just looks at her. Wire looks up at Zaya and just says, "I'll be okay." And just leaves, and as Zaya turns, and her gaze follows her out of the room. Zaya just says, "I'm gonna go make sure everybody's not killing each other or something." And
we'll regroup in a moment.
Gradually people start filtering out until it's just Awakener's crew left. For a long time, you all kind of just sit in silence. Everybody else seemingly understanding that this is a time to kind of give you all your space.
Bina. We'll get our ship back. We'll get her back.
Care about the ship.
I know.
She was alone in there, we thought. And she thought she wasn't. And she was. And we left her alone in there.
There's no way we could have known.
I should have. I should have known. I should have felt it.
I should be able to see something.
Sedona looks up and she just scowls at all of you and she says, "No. This is nobody's fault. What? Remember when I told you you were going to have to trust me?" She looks at all of you and then looks at Jade, who, still groggy, he looks at her and just nods and smiles. And she says, "I knew." And I had to let it happen. And I had to pretend that I had to pretend that it was... She just sort of kind of starts to curl into herself a little bit, and she just shakes her head and says, "It's nobody's fault."
I think visually and emotionally, Bina has no feel. Everyone has been feeling what Bina's been feeling for the past several hours. Like, there is a complicated series of emotions, like the full spectrum, like from like just unbridled rage all the way to just like gentle understanding, and it flips through this entire spectrum for like a half a second, and then she kind of deflates, and she's gonna reach out and take Sedona's hand and kind of give it a squeeze.
Yeah.
Shake her. She's not looking at anyone.
Yeah.
She has not made eye contact with anyone in several hours.
Sedona squeezes hard, and that's where she breaks. That's when she breaks. She just, tears just kind of coming down her face.
Bina's gonna, if they're wheelie chairs, Bina's gonna like pull her close and put her head on her shoulder, give her a big forearmed hug, and I think Bina also starts to cry.
Olim very awkwardly stands up and kind of stands behind and just sort of puts his hand on your shoulders, his hands on a hand on each shoulder, and just pats both of you. And Jade just sort of leans sideways into Sedona.
Yeah, big hug. And I think Bina's also gonna reach around and like grab onto Jade too, because she feels extreme guilt for not realizing that he wasn't aboard our ship.
Can we do a group hug? Like, is there? I think at this point, Peach has come up and
Everyone
group
yeah,
hug and kind of shooting Mason a look like, please hug.
But Mason's like staring off into like wherever space is.
There would definitely be some sort of
Just
window
like-
in here.
Just like this 1,000-yard stare.
Um,
And then looks over. And then comes over and joins the hug.
I think, so since from the second Bina and all of them portaled onto the ship, I think she can't really be pale. She's a hard carapace. There's not like coloration in that, but I think she seemed like somehow muted, like if her natural bioluminescence was like inverted, like, but it has the feeling of like someone having like just paling. That was kind of, and I think in the middle of this group hug, I think she glows a little bit.
So, it's the crew of Awakener. Those that remain look to each other for comfort. Standing in this empty room, you all hold each other, not wanting to let go. Because what was proven to you today is that any one of you can be taken at any moment, and you have to look after them while they're here. And as you stand there, nobody wanting to be the first one to let go, the one thing that is in everybody's mind, the single thought shared by all of the crew of Awakener: we have to get her back. Sort of zooming out as the vessel that you now are all on, heading towards safety, temporary as it might be, and the uncertainty of war and revolution and resistance. As the ship goes off into the distance, disappearing into the vast starscape. Whatever happens, we have to get her back. And that is where we will conclude Season 1 of Infinite Horizon.
Incredible.
Y'all, we went over like over an hour longer, an hour and 15 minutes
15
over.
long. Thanks for hanging out with us, y'all.
Oh man, that was really something.
No question. No question.
Okay, so normally, having gone over this far, I would say we're cutting it, we're going, goodbye, everybody. But there are some important things that we need to say and keep in mind. And I'll make it as quick as I possibly can so we can all go, as I know it's quite late for a lot of people. So, important things to note. Next week, a week from today, instead of an episode of Infinite Horizon, we're going to have a season wrap-up where we're basically just going to talk about the season as a whole, give our impressions about everything, the show, the characters, everything.
Back with you guys. Yeah, we're good.
And we're specifically not doing this for Ramblemancy because we wanted to make sure that a full week passed, so the spoiler ban, we wouldn't have to deal with that. So, so that is what we're going to be doing in a week. So, if you have questions, if you want to yell at me and also potentially John, I'm going to throw him under the bus too. Yeah. Just because you're not on screen, buddy, doesn't mean that you don't get the heat.
I want to yell.
Yeah.
It'll just be an hour and a half straight of all of us just screaming.
Yeah.
It's just the full, the entire time.
So that's going to be happening. Patrons and Twitch subscribers. The cast announcement for Caitlin's Tales from the Loop game, It Came from the Loop, is up. It should be already up right now. So if you have not seen them yet, you should take a look. So if you are a patron, you can see it on Patreon. If you are a Twitch subscriber, it should actually probably have already been, you should have probably been added already in the Discord. You need to get on the Discord if you're not already in order to see that. So
and make sure your Discord is attached to your Twitch.
Yes, that's important. Otherwise the permissions won't work out. If you have any problems seeing it, let me know and I will fix it.
A bunch of people got gifted subs tonight. That means you get a sneak peek. Get in the Discord. Go check it out. Yeah. It's in there.
Yeah, this cast is exciting.
I'm so excited. And if you've seen it already, then you know. Anyway.
Next week, everyone else.
Yes.
On Wednesday of next week.
Wednesday of next week. Everybody else will know. We'll be announcing it on social media. We'll be putting it on our Discord. We'll probably even be talking about it on stream. So, all right. In that case, I think we are going to end here. So, we will see you, hopefully, for Ramblemancy or the maybe video game stream that is happening on Saturday. We'll find out. You'll know as soon as we do, and hopefully even to be there for the season wrap up. And we will see you next season on Infinite Horizon.
Bye.
Good night and good zone, everybody. Where's the end screen? There it is. I found it. Good night and good zone.
Bye.